12th of August, 2024. Time is 6:01 p.m. We will have one member remotely tonight, so I will do the hybrid introduction. This open meeting of the Northborough Select Board is being conducted in person and remotely, consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Northborough Select Board are allowed and encouraged to participate either in person or remotely. The Act allows the Northborough Select Board to meet entirely in person and remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream or the recording of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Members, when I call your name, can you please respond in the affirmative? I'm Mitch Cohen. I didn't introduce myself. Mike?
Mike Tejan, aye.
Lisa?
Lisa Naselli, aye.
Julianne Hirsch.
Mitch Cohen is here. Laura Zeiten will be joining us remotely after the executive session that we're about to go into. And we also have with us Town Administrator Tim Mack. We don't really have to check to make sure you can hear us because we're in the same room. And Assistant Town Administrator Diane Wackel. And we have some other excellent staff with us tonight who will be joining us at different parts of the meeting. And with that, our meeting is starting with an executive session. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move the board vote to enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21, Subsection 3, pending land use litigation, the Gutierrez Company versus Northborough Planning Board, Land Court Number Miscellaneous 000380, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21, Subsection 6, to consider the value of interest in land acquisition regarding Harrington Lane, and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 7, to review and consider the following executive session meeting minutes: June 17th, 2024, and July 15th, 2024, due to the chair's determination that a discussion regarding these matters in an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the town.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? I will make mention, it was in the opening script, we are being recorded, as all our meetings are. All our regular meetings are, at least. So with that, all in favor of going into executive session?
Aye.
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 I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous. For those present in favor, we are going to executive session. Should we conclude our executive session before 7 o'clock, I think we probably will come back into public session and deal with maybe a couple of minor things before any of the scheduled items, which would start at 7 or later. Okay, now an executive session at 6:04. Thank you. Sorry?
Doing Valentine Road next.
So, hold on, is Laura here? Laura, all right, I'm gonna bring Laura in as a panelist. All right, so we had a brief public session at the beginning, then an executive session, now we're back again, and Laura, I did not get a chance to confirm with you during the original public session that you can hear and be heard. Do you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
And we hear you. Okay, excellent. So that concludes the requirements for making sure we have a legal hybrid meeting. Again, we are being recorded as per usual. Before we move on to the regular agenda, we have public comment as always. If anyone is in the audience, whether that be in person or remote, if you have something to address us on other than agenda items, now would be a good time to come forward. I'll give it a moment, see if anyone does. And if you're remote, you can raise your electronic hand. If you're in person, raise the real one. I don't see anyone going once, going twice. I will declare public comment is closed. And next up, we have a public hearing to consider petition number 303-19263 as submitted by Massachusetts Electric Company DBA National Grid to install underground facilities on Valentine Road, Potter Circle, and Orchard Circle from P7 on Fay Lane and heading north at P33 on Howard Street. So I will open that public hearing. And who is here from National Grid? Is anyone here from National Grid? Scott? Oh, I see a hand up. Chad Bonin?
We were supposed to have Albert Galvin present.
Okay. All right, Chad Bonin raised their hand, so I brought them in on the assumption that that's the right person. If not, we'll figure it out.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Chad, are you with National Grid?
Yeah, so I'm representing National Grid tonight, so sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Okay, no problem. If you would like to turn on your camera, you're welcome to, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Oh, I had it on.
There we go. Okay, good to see you. All right.
Okay.
Hi, Chad. Okay. All right, so you've submitted something. We see poll petitions for replacement of poles. This looks like it's a little bit more extensive. Could you give us a quick run through of what you're proposing?
Yeah, so essentially, the project is to install conduit throughout Valentine Road located in Northborough, Mass. We've had reliability issues in that area with several outages recently, so we are proposing to install a new circuit in parallel for 4,300 feet. This will be encased in concrete and PVC pipe. Therefore, it will be more reliable and we won't have as many outages in that area.
Okay, good. Scott, anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we reviewed the application. Our town engineer prepared a memorandum and discussed it in detail with different representatives from National Grid. It was Chris Wellington. He gave us a little bit of detail on the project. Just to clarify what Chad indicated, the work does include Valentine Road, Potter Circle, Orchard Circle, and Fay Lane, a portion of Fay Lane. Upon review and discussion with Chris Wellington, everything seems to be in accordance with the drawings presented. We do recommend the board approve the petition. The work scope is very similar to what's been done in other neighborhoods of similar construction. This work was, very similar work was done on the Catherine Drive neighborhood, as well as in and around Indian Meadow. These are over the past handful of years.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If anyone, whether in person or electronically remote, would like to address the board on this item, feel free to raise your physical or electronic hand, and I see a hand up. Could you come towards the front and have a seat next to Mr. Charpentier? I'll ask you to state your name, your street address, and let us know what's on your mind about this.
My name is Jay Spatulnik. I live at 17 Orchard Circle. The stuff that you folks sent us was nice. It's great that you had it a few months and you just sent it to us last week, but it would be great if we could get drawings and information that are things that lay people can read and understand what's going to be happening on our street, rather than the stuff that was great for people who are experienced in the field know. We could look at it and we've got absolutely no idea how it's going to affect us.
Okay, and you said you got that about a week ago?
About a week ago, yeah.
Okay,
And I looked at, the date of the filing was March, and we just got it a week ago.
okay. And Scott, does that come from the town or does that come from the applicant?
That's prepared by the applicant.
Okay.
What typically happens is before the documents are sent out to the residents, town professional staff discuss the scope of the project, the limits, and their methods of construction with the applicant before sending out the petition to the residents. In the event there were changes, I'd rather have the changes implemented before public notice is provided.
And I spent 15 years working in the electric power industry, and I looked at those drawings, and I've got absolutely no idea how it's going to affect us. And it would be nice if we, who are the residents in the area, can get something either from National Grid or from the town that tells us more specifically how we're going to be affected, so that once it starts happening, we can plan for what we need to do.
So I think in the application documents that the board saw, there was a statement to the effect that there would be, and Chad, tell me if I'm wrong, that there would be no power outages at all during the construction, but maybe as most of a 6-hour outage during the cutover. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yeah. So essentially, the work will take place. There'll be no disturbance throughout the time of construction to anybody's electrical. And then at the end, when everything is done, it will be tied over in one step to get everybody onto the new circuitry.
Well, it's not just electrical outages that are a problem. There are going to be streets that are going to be torn up. There are going to be boxes that are going to be installed, and maybe some boxes that are removed. And it can affect the way that we have to move around and travel in our streets, and where we're going to be putting our cars, whether we can get into our driveways. We know we have a line that goes right across our driveway, and the electrical outages are actually a minor problem associated with this. The physical elements of what's going on, we've got absolutely no idea, looking at that, what's going to be happening to our street during the time that this is going to be happening.
I'm sorry.
So how much notice will the residents get before this all starts, and more detail? Would answer that question?
So we could provide more detail. I'd have to go back to National Grid and kind of just talk with them about it. So I represent National Grid. So we can definitely probably do that. That's not an issue. But we won't be able to start work until we have this approved. So we're not going to be able to get it on the schedule to start work until the town approves the job.
Chad, could you go over a bit about the construction methods, the directional drilling, the limited impacts to the surface-mounted pull boxes that will be installed, the impacts on the existing cabinetry that may or may not be moved, please?
Yep. Let me get to that page.
Sure.
If there's anything you want to share on a screen, that's perfectly fine with me.
Okay.
I just want to say, we're not likely to be saying, no, we don't want it to happen, but we want information to know how that's going to affect us. I need to get out of my house at 7 o'clock in the morning to go to work. Am I going to be able to do it? I need to get back into my house. Am I going to be able to do it?
Right.
It's very reasonable.
Yes,
Right.
it is. This board doesn't get too involved with the construction. Ours is, really the right to have, to do the work on a public way, but we want to make sure that your needs are addressed from National Grid as part of this process.
And I have to agree, it's been 5 months since the original application. How come it takes so long? We've gotten a last poll
Yeah.
situation that was in front of the White Cliffs that was a day.
We reach out to National Grid upon receipt of the poll petitions. We review them, we go out on the site, review the site conditions, and then reach out to National Grid to discuss the scope of the project. Communication with National Grid was not smooth. They were non-responsive to our inquiries, and we needed to engage our municipal liaison in order to facilitate a better line of communication. That better line of communication occurred, where is my email? On July 24th.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that. I'm not talking about our departments as much.
Sometimes people are away, and there was some personnel changes over there, and I didn't know who to talk to, so I just reached out to our liaison, and he pushed names around and found the right body, and that's when the actual review process was moving forward quickly at that point.
Yeah, and I think it would have been nice to have the presentation so that the residents could come, or at least see it on the video, to have some explanation as to, because, I mean, I looked at this whole packet going, oh my goodness. But, yeah, to me, it's how it affects the residents, which is what they have every right to want to know.
But just to understand, there was no formal presentation from National Grid to staff, there really never is. Sometimes it's as simple as a phone call, other times a few site visits. This board may remember a petition that was on Pine Haven that took a few hearings. Sometimes it's extensive like that, other times it's very simple, like the one we recently had on Brigham Street, boom, boom. And this one included a couple phone calls and an email thread because of the communication struggles we had.
Okay. Diane?
Thank you. I was going to add that I think that, Scott, I think this was originally submitted in March, and then it was resubmitted before it even started the process with the town. If you look at the cover letter, it's dated May 21st. So I think on maybe the part of National Grid, that probably should have been updated, that March date.
Okay. So we have I want to see if anyone else has any other questions or comments, but you can stay there if you want, or you can head back to your seat.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, we still have an outstanding question before National Grid for response.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So with the concern of driveways and people getting in and out for access, typically what we do is if we're going to disturb somebody's driveway, like if there is any sort of digging or anything in front of someone's driveway, typically before the crews will start, they'll go to the door, they'll say, hey, we have to do this. Is it today a good day? If it is.
Maybe some more notice, more than just today?
Well, yeah, so there'll be, sorry, I didn't mean like that morning.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant so there'll be notice put out, and then they'll also that morning just confirm, like, hey, just want to make sure before we actually do the digging, everything's good. So that's typically the process. You get notification ahead of time. There's usually pretty decent communication. I've never seen it personally become an issue. Not saying it hasn't in the past. And then, the morning of, before the ground usually starts to get broken, they will confirm, hey, everyone's still on the same page, and then continue with the job as needed.
Scott?
I might be able to expand on that a little bit.
Thank you.
As the project was presented to us by National Grid, it's going to be a directional drill off the edge of the pavement, so it'll be in the grass strip within the public right-of-way. The directional drill goes from pole box to pole box without any utility conflicts. The only digging would be associated with pull boxes as well as the termini. In the event, so when before you dig a hole, you do dig safe. Dig safe comes out, paints different colored marks on the road and the grass. In the event there was a potential conflict, for example, if your gas service goes up your driveway, there would be a yellow paint line up your driveway. In those instances, I would expect National Grid would do a test pit there to make sure they don't directionally bore through your gas service. Same thing goes with water, underground cable, whatever. Whatever's underground, if there's a potential for them crossing it with a directional drill, my expectation is they would do a dig safe. Before they can touch the public right-of-way, they'll be submitting an application for a street opening permit to be issued by Public Works. These are the types of details that we vet out prior to issuance of that permit.
And can I ask, it's already underground? They're just replacing some of the conduit and boxes? There's no poles?
Nothing is in conduit currently underground. These are, I'm speaking on behalf of Chad, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're correct. Yeah, so nothing, it is underground right now, but it's what we call direct buried cable. So the cable doesn't it has a special jacket on it that's allowed to be buried in the ground. It was the old way of doing things. It's not as common anymore. The new cable is going to be directional drilled in conduit. And then any areas that can't be directional drilled, as we were mentioning, will be hand dug if needed, to avoid any issues.
And pretty much what you're saying, it's going to stay in the grassy area, it's not going to really dig up the road?
Correct.
Okay.
Nancy? Yeah, either one. Doesn't matter to me.
Sit next to me.
Nancy Spitulnik, 17 Orchard Circle. I had one question, now I have two. You talk about doing it in the grassy right-of-way. We don't have sidewalks, so the grass is actually our yard. So are they going to be doing it in the road in front of the lawns? And then what are they going to do to correct what they've done and put the road back together?
Chad, I can answer the first one. So the public right-of-way extends beyond the pavement edge, regardless of whether there's a sidewalk or not. There's not a standard dimension from the edge of pavement to the edge of right-of-way. If you think about it, you would lay out a public right-of-way 50 feet wide, and a roadway may meander within that 50-foot width, left and right, left and right, left and right, based on constructability and geometry. So the work will be within the grass that appears to be, well, it is lawn, but it's public property.
But we would need to know that. For instance, I've got a garden in the front. Are you going to take my garden out because it's now considered right-of-way?
I think it's always right-of-way, so in theory, the town or any public utilities, if they need to, can disturb that. My hope is they will look at that and say, there's a beautiful garden here, but I can do, if I can do this work 20 feet that way, I can avoid disturbing the garden. And Chad, I trust that that would be part of your normal business practice?
Yes, also part of the directional drilling is it doesn't disturb the surface too much. You know, it really kind of drill down under. So if they see a garden, you know, they'll make sure that they should be able to go right under it without any sort of surface disturbance. That's the whole point of the directional drilling. You don't have to dig up a lot of things. You don't have to disturb the surface. It's much cleaner. So, I don't know if that answered your question.
Chad, when you submit your street opening permit application, it would be helpful to have an indication that all surfaces will be restored to existing conditions.
Correct. Yep. So in the write-up here, it says sidewalk repair to be full width of existing sidewalk, driveway restoration shall be in full. Appropriate restoration consistent with what was there. And if any civil or land construction happens, it shall be put back as it was before it was disturbed.
What is the best process for residents that are impacted by this to ask questions and get commitments from National Grid?
So on the package that was sent, there should have been a contact number with any questions or concerns on it. I did not send that package out, so I can't fully speak, but typically there's some sort of either an email or a number on it that says, with any questions, contact this person.
Okay. I'm going to make a suggestion, given that there are, I think, some reasonable open questions about this. Maybe the board continue the public hearing to a future meeting, give the residents a little bit more time to digest this information, work with National Grid, maybe figure out any other written assurances that they want to get from National Grid, and then we take this up, hopefully at our next meeting or the meeting thereafter. How does the board feel about that?
Sure.
The residents would appreciate it.
All right. Public hearing is still open. Nancy, did you have anything else?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak towards this item? Again, or you could always speak.
I'm just, I want to make sure I'm clear on what the board's expectations are. You're looking for a narrative from National Grid on means and methods and construction scope, or
I think if they're willing to provide that, or if you can influence them to provide that, I think that would be helpful, and that's certainly helpful for residents. I don't know of the best way of coordinating this with the residents, given that they've just got a form letter and a phone number. You know, I am sure you can knock on each other's doors and be in some contact with each other. I hate to put your office through the burden of being the conduit for all of this.
We can do a mailing.
Yeah.
We get National Grid's documentation of a scope, means and methods, which is how you do things. Scope is what you're doing. Means and methods is how.
Yep.
And as long as it's not 37 pages long, I'm happy to mail it out to the residents.
Okay. Much appreciated that.
I have a
Julianne?
question. So this directional drilling thing, am I understanding this correctly, that some properties will be more affected than others?
Not unless there's an irregularity to, you know, what the dig safe turns up. Like was mentioned, you have to do a dig safe before you can do any sort of land disturbance. So if it's just a straight shot and there's nothing in your way, you'll just, you know, you just directionally drill. There'll be little to no disturbance. But if there's a gas line or something else in your way, then you might have to hand dig, or, you know, there might be more disturbance of the grass area because of like a gas line or something like that. It's, you know, that's all unforeseen. It should be relatively low disturbance, but you don't know until you get the dig safe and everything done what is actually in your path.
There will be ground disturbance for installation of the pull boxes. So you can only pull conductors so long, for such a length, so otherwise you damage the conductor. So pull box distance or separation is set, so depending on what your conductors are. But there will be pull boxes that are, they're like those little rectangular things you see that are flush with the ground. So people can put their hands in there and pull wires through conduit.
So I have a question. From the point of when we close the hearing, how soon do you then move on the neighborhood? When do you expect to do this in the neighborhood for them? Chad? Is that it?
I wasn't sure if that was directed to me. I was just double checking.
You're the only one that knows how to build this stuff.
I'll have to follow back up with National Grid, and make sure that I have all these notes. So I did take some notes, and I'll make sure that everything gets captured, and I'll have them be in contact with everything that is needed from today's call.
Okay, and how long does it take you to get the dig safe and the approval from dig safe or wherever they spray the
So
paint?
we can't request dig safe until we get the approval from you guys to move forward with the job. So typically, it's anywhere from, I mean, I've seen it done in as simple as 10 days from the day you request it to 20 days from the day you request it, but typically it's within like a week or two, honestly.
Dig safe requires the utility owner to mark out their known utilities within 3 days of the dig safe submission, and then the markouts are good for 30 days thereafter, and it's a contractor's responsibility to maintain those markouts throughout their construction.
Okay. And
Yeah,
how long?
it's more the paperwork is what I was referring to, sorry.
Okay.
So like once you submit the paperwork and it gets approved by them, they'll get out there, you know, within a week or two.
So that's for dig safe, and once that happens, when do you go out?
So we would go out probably, it's hard to say. We'd probably get it on the schedule. Hopefully this year would be the goal, once we're done with all of this. So I would say by the end of the year, we would be out there before it gets too cold, obviously, because you can't really do a lot of underground work when you have permafrost and everything else.
Okay, because I'm sure the neighbors would like to know pretty much when it's going to be doing.
Correct.
So-
So that is on my notes of things for National Grid to respond with.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay. Any other public hearing comments, input from the public, questions from the board? I think what we would need is a motion to continue the public hearing. We can do this to either, our next two meetings are September 9th and September 23rd, pending approval of our next 3-month schedule, but those are our regular nights. Do we have any preference That's 4 weeks away. Do you, from your experience, because you've been through this
The 9th.
similar project, do you think the 9th is good?
9th is plenty of time, yes.
Okay. All right, do we want to continue it till the 9th?
I move that we continue the public hearing until our next meeting on September 9th. 2020.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All those in favor, we need a roll call vote. Julianne?
Aye.
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 Laura?
Aye.
Okay, I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor, so we will see you again, Chad, or someone very much like you. We'll see you on September 9th, and Scott will certainly see you before then for one thing
See you
or
in a few
another.
minutes.
Yes, very good. And residents that came in for this, thank you very much for joining us. Okay. Yeah, just go up 2 degrees. Yeah, okay. Okay, and next up, we have Lori Connors, Planning Director, and John Eichman from KP Law, Harrington Lane Street Acceptance and Order of Taking. Lori, of course, is here in person, and John, I'm going to bring you, Jonathan, I'm going to bring you in. Jonathan, good to see you again. Okay, Chad Bonin is still there. I'm gonna send him back to attendee land. Okay, Harrington Way, or Harrington Lane. I keep calling it Harrington Way. I don't know why. Why don't you give us a quick summary of what we're being asked to do here?
Sure. So we have started the roadway acceptance process back in March, I believe it was. You held a public meeting at that time to consider laying out the roadway. This is a short cul-de-sac. It has 3 single-family homes along it. It's approximately 500 linear feet in length. And at that time, you opted to lay out the roadway. Then the article was put forth on the town meeting warrant, and it was approved to be accepted as a public way. So the final step in the acceptance process is to actually take the easement in the roadway, as well as associated easements for open space and the drainage facilities. So Town Council, who is with us this evening, has prepared an order of taking. As you know, we have received waivers of appraisal and damages from the affected lot owners. And so if you don't have any questions, then I provided you with a draft motion.
Very good. Council, anything to add?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think that sums it up. As we have recommended that eminent domain be used as opposed to seeking grants from the individual affected property owners, the reason we do that is because, for several reasons. Number one, it's far more efficient, but number two, it guarantees the town good title, and it eliminates the risk of mortgagees getting involved.
And I think, as Lori has said, this is a friendly eminent domain, if you will, where we don't expect to get sued because they have all signed waivers and all is good in the world. Eminent domain can be used for other purposes that carries more discussion than we are dealing with tonight. Members of the board, any questions?
So since it's eminent domain, if someone sells their home, if the new buyer buys it as is with the easement and everything? Okay,
Correct. It goes with the land.
right. Good.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Lauren, any questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I move the board vote to adopt an order of taking in the form presented by Town Council in regard to the taking of easements on Harrington Lane and abutting lots sufficient to complete the layout and acceptance of Harrington land as a public way, and to award $0 in damages to all affected owners as listed in Schedule A of the order of taking.
Second.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. In the motion, which was written this way, it says Harrington Land as a public way. I assume that should be Harrington Lane as a public way?
Correct.
Okay, and your motion reflects that, I assume?
My motion would reflect Lane,
Okay,
making the D and E.
okay. That is perfectly fine. Just want to make sure the bookkeeping is all good on this. Any other questions? All those in favor? Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have taken some land by, or taken an easement by eminent domain.
Thank you very much.
Exciting. Thank you very much, Lori. Okay, next up, we have vote to approve a FEMA grant for employee employment.
So we have a deputy chief that was deployed to the a hurricane in Texas. I sent the note to the board, I think it was July 8th. And because you're so situated with having qualified staff, he's part of a FEMA response team, and they're reimbursing us for his time that he was deployed. We went through, I'm waiting on town council to really answer the question, but as you know, we always come to the board for approval to expend grants. I'm not so sure that this reimbursement is a grant, but because the town accountant is trying to be very thorough and making sure we dot our i's and cross our t's, we want to seek the board's approval to be able to reimburse him for his time with that grant money.
Okay, sounds reasonable. Any questions?
Can you give
Someone like to
them
make
out?
Someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to accept funds from the Federal Emergency Management Agency resulting from a fire department employees' deployment to respond to flooding in the state of Texas, and to approve expenditure of such funds by the fire chief pursuant to the department's FEMA deployment policy and Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike. Any other questions, comments? I will say thank you very much to the deputy for helping out our neighbors down south. I'm sure I hope we never have any emergencies here, but I know your fellow FEMA people will help repay if that ever occurs. Hearing nothing else, all those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Tim, thanks for presenting this to us, and appreciate Jason's thoroughness and making sure we're doing everything kosher. Next up, we have continued ARPA discussions and some requests for allocations of ARPA. We'll take these in order as they are in here, I think. We complete.
Yeah, we're out of, yeah.
That is my fault. I saw Lori, and then I said, "Oh, we're done with Lori, and life is good." And then Rick Leaf is here, and we completely skipped over. All right, we do have. I apologize for the people here for the ARPA items. We do have a very important item first that I missed. Lori Connors, Planning Director, and Rick Leaf, MPIC Chair, to discuss memo from MPIC dated July 3, 2024, regarding economic development issues. Thank you for catching me on that.
Thank you.
That was by design.
All right, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, well, thank you. I know that ARPA discussions are important, but thank you for getting us on the agenda at this point. My name is Rick Leaf. I'm Chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, and as you probably have already known, this is Lori Connors, our Planning Director, and Lori provides the staff support to the Master Plan Implementation Committee. The reason we're here tonight is to talk about the town master plan, and not so much to make some decisions on some of the things that we see need to be decided, but only that the letter that we sent you along with the updated matrix recommends that a joint meeting be held between the planning board and the land use boards to kind of talk about these issues and come to some resolutions. And so we hope that by the end of our presentation this evening, that the select board agrees to at least call that meeting, and members of the MPIC would join that meeting to help facilitate it and answer questions as we go along. But we do want to kind of review the matrix briefly and kind of things in the letter. Basically, from a historic perspective, the current master plan was completed in 2020. And the Master Plan Implementation Committee, which I'll refer to as the MPIC for the rest of this presentation, was formed basically to advocate for recommendations in the plan and to track the progress on how we're doing with the plan. And tonight, the matrix that we sent you is an update on where we stand on all the different recommendations that are in the plan. The MPIC decided at the beginning of its meetings to concentrate on economic development and revitalization of the downtown because these items received the most attention and input from residents when the master plan was being developed leading up to 2020. We know there's a lot of interest in that. And that led to the creation of a downtown revitalization study. We hired a consulting firm to work with the committee, and late last year into the beginning of this year, that plan was completed, and Lori and I made a brief presentation about the plan to this board just after the beginning of the year. As far as the plan itself goes, as you could see from the matrix, we're doing pretty well on the master plan. A lot of the recommendations of the plan have either been completed or are underway. The creation of the dog park, which was a big interest of residents in the plan, is well underway. The acquisition of 432 Whitney Street, which lines up with things in the plan that recommended that we take a look at preserving and gaining open space that abuts or is close to other open space, and that was very much in line with that. A lot of what you've seen going on in downtown right now, as far as the planters and flowers and beautification, some artwork down there, is also in line with things that are in the master plan. So a number of things have been happening since the plan was done in line with what the plan recommended. There are, however, a number of items that we feel are kind of sitting in limbo right now that are important to get some resolution around. And so what I want to do is basically just talk for a couple of minutes about the 7 bullets that were in the letter talking about areas that the MPIC feels the decisions need to be made about. The first 3 bullets, determining the future location of the town offices, reaching consensus on the type of amount of housing needed in the downtown, and defining standards for the look and feel of the downtown, all come back to the recommendations of the master plan about revitalizing the downtown and more specific recommendations that came out of the downtown revitalization study. Determining the placement of the town offices is critical because the master plan and the downtown revitalization plan talk quite a bit about the area down Blake Street from 4 West Main Street where the town hall is now back to the existing fire station on Pierce Street as a prime area where revitalization could happen. And with the recent announcement that there's going to be redevelopment of the fire station on Church Street and 2 of the abutting lots, which is very close to that area, and with the study that Lori is now commissioning, has an RFP out to take a look at improving the streetscape on Blake Street, it really opens up the door to looking at that area north of Route 20 as a great place to look at revitalization. If it becomes apparent that the town offices are not going to go either into 4 West Main Street or onto the fire station, then work can continue to sort of plan what could happen with revitalization there. To the extent that that decision can't be made or can't be made until sometime in the future, it will impact how far forward we can move on that area of revitalization. So the reason we highlighted those 3 bullets was just to say that it would be helpful if, even if it's not exactly known exactly how and where the town offices are going to be located, if it's clear they're not going to be in 4 West Main Street in the fire station, that opens up the door to additional work on revitalization. The rest of the bullets get to talk about economic development and the position the town needs to take about economic development. And I'll let Lori for a minute speak about some of those bullets.
Yeah, so there are some more general economic development issues that affect the town as a whole and not just the downtown. For example, one of the things that we've been talking about is whether we should be actively engaged in trying to recruit new businesses, whether we should be working towards developing land that is currently undeveloped, or focus on infill or redevelopment of underutilized properties. whether we should possibly look into creating a business improvement district that's more of a downtown focus, but just kind of economic development in general. There's also been quite a bit of discussion about creating an economic development committee, and also creating an economic development coordinator position, which are great ideas and certainly could bring significant benefits to the town of Northborough. But before we move forward with that, there needs to be some sort of consensus on how much economic development the town is willing to support. Of course, there is already a tremendous amount of retail along various corridors in the town, and then we've already talked about distribution centers. So how much more economic development and what type of economic development? So these are things that we thought the Master Plan Implementation Committee would be useful having some sort of roundtable discussion with leadership. So certainly the Select Board as well as the Planning Board. I did broach this to the Planning Board already, and they were very much in favor of it and suggested bringing the Zoning Board of Appeals in on the conversation, because they are a significant partner when it comes to permitting various types of businesses in town. So we just kind of wanted to feel you out and see if this is something that you think would be worthwhile. Rick, do you want to?
Yeah, I think that, the select board is really responsible for determining kind of the long-term vision for the town, where we want to go. The land use boards have a lot to do with the regulations that then sort of implement that, so there's going to be definitely impacts on zoning depending on where we want to go with some of this stuff. And, there's been a lot of talk about if we do something to downtown, what should the look and feel be? The plans that we got from the downtown revitalization study just kind of showed where buildings could be, didn't really show what they would look like. And so there would need to be some talk about what do we want the downtown to look like, and to what extent the specific design standards to be put in place to enforce that, as well as zoning. So it seems like it's a job for both the select board and the land use boards to kind of agree on where we're going and how we're going to implement this. And then once those decisions are made, I think our committee can then take that and continue to see how we can advocate for it and go forward with making these things happen in the future. To the extent that the boards want to move very quickly and aggressively on this, that sends us one message. To the extent the boards want to be more conservative or moderate about it, that's a different message. What the message isn't the key thing. The fact is that there's a message we all agree upon that then we as a committee that's trying to manage this master plan can work towards, kind of thing. And once again, we felt the joint meeting of the boards was the way to start to move us in that direction. So that's kind of where we are, why we wrote the letter, and why we sent you the matrix. And I think, looking at the matrix, I was kind of impressed at how many items we either indicated as complete or ongoing or underway, kind of thing. So we have made good progress to date on the plan, but there's certainly more we can do.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you coming before us. One compliment I'd like to make to Lori is you mentioned when talking about economic development, the type of business that we would want to look for. I think that's something that, the board can talk about, and certainly we could talk about in this larger setting, because that's key. I think, different towns have different needs for economic development or interests. There are some towns that are in a situation of property tax revenue at any cost, because that's the most critical thing. It's certainly important, but from my own perspective, also speaking to quality of life businesses, if you will, and downtown and along Route 20 stretch retail businesses, I think is an area where the town, with all the vacant properties that we have, and I think there's tremendous opportunity, and there is no central within the town person or organization to work with that. So I very much look forward to having discussions about an economic development committee and or coordinator that comes up. I would love to hear from fellow board members.
Well, I think we're here tonight to determine whether having this joint meeting is something that we'd like to do, and I, for one, would love to do it.
Yeah, I would certainly support a joint meeting.
I agree with that. I think we need to do that in order to move forward and decide what it is we are going to do, and then let the general public also weigh in on what their interests are. I think that's really what we're here for, is to get their interests out in public and carry them forward. So I appreciate all the work you've done, and the matrix is amazing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Laura? Just want to hear your thoughts on this joint meeting?
Thank you. I think the joint meeting is a great idea, and I appreciate the snapshot of everything that's been accomplished so far. And I'm really looking forward to making some progress with regard to economic development for the town. So thank you.
Do you have a timeline as to when you think this joint meeting might be best scheduled?
The sooner the better. It's really up to your schedules. I think we on the committee can make ourselves available to support whatever you guys want to do, as you can coordinate schedules among yourselves and the other land use boards.
So MPIC meets every third Thursday of the month, right?
Right.
We might be able to just coordinate it throw that date out.
There aren't too many meetings on Thursdays.
Right, but what month? I mean, right now, we've got goals, we've got some stuff going
Yeah.
on that we probably should be looking November, I
A
would
lot in the
think.
pecking order.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope we can do it October.
Try for
But-
October?
But yeah, I would ask, we don't need to do the scheduling here. That's someone to send out a survey of the interested people of the committees that would be invited and the staff that would be invited, and try to work on a date. So we don't need to do that right here. But I agree, the sooner the better, but it's practically speaking not going to be in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Sure. And I think as far as our committee goes, if this is done on a Thursday night, that's fine. If it's another night of the week that makes more sense, we can have whatever representation we need. There's certainly, Lori and myself, I think for the most part can make ourselves available. Julianne has been a wonderful addition to our committee and carries forward, the views of the select board to us at all our meetings. So there's a lot of ways we can work this.
And if we did it in a couple of months, we have already on MPIC a member of Cultural Council, a representative, and we have Historic District represented. So they could kind of talk to their committees before that meeting and find out if there's any ideas they have.
I think the one thing to keep in mind is, as the project that's been approved for the old fire station down there in the R&T furniture lot and house next to that, if that starts to move forward, it would be very important to try and understand what's happening there and how that would coordinate with what we might want to do down Blake Street and Pierce Street, if we're going to do something down Blake Street and Pierce Street, because there's a real opportunity for all of that to come together over time. The timing doesn't have to happen at once, but if there's a common understanding of where we're trying to go, I think that would help the development of that project just approved and anything we decide to do on Blake Street.
Thank you. Who would be leading or coordinating this joint meeting? Would that be you, Rick, or you, Lori, or somebody else?
We've also been toying with the idea of maybe asking CMRPC to help facilitate the conversation and move things along and give structure to the meeting. So I can reach out to them and see if they have the interest in assisting us with this endeavor.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful to have someone from the outside as sort of the objective leader to coordinate and allow all of us to provide the input. I think it's not a bad idea. Tim, any thoughts?
No, I just think we seem to all coalesce around the idea of the financial summit, so an economic symposium with those land use boards in the same setup.
Yeah.
It did take us, it's good you talked about October, November, because it took us a long time to coordinate with all those boards and committees.
And I might add also that we need to have a meeting to start this. It may take more than one meeting of the minds to finally come to some resolution.
Yep.
That's what we want to do, but we need to at least have the initial meeting to sort of lay the groundwork and see, what everybody's ideas are and how much can be resolved in one meeting, or whether things need to go back to us or Lori or someone else for some more information and then reconvene again to consider and make decisions. So once again, another reason for at least having the first meeting as soon as we can.
So I think it sounds like we're all in favor of having this joint meeting. I think this is great. Thank you very much for providing us the update.
Okay,
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks a lot. And now for real this time, we are going into the continued ARPA discussions. We have 5 requests before us this evening. First up is the Historical Society is requesting a little over $20,000. Mike, you're representing Historical Society?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. So to refresh the board and the public is, a few meetings ago, we all came forward with proposals with a budget of $320,000 apiece based on the remaining funds of $1.6 million in total. This was one that was on that list. And the Historical Society, for the benefit of those who've been on the committee for a while or are new, had submitted one of the first proposals or requests for funds at the beginning of the ARPA process. And so we went back to them recently and asked them to give us an updated proposal based on some available funds.
Yeah,
Mike, introduce
thanks.
yourself and let us know.
Yeah, Michael Duchesneau, current president of the Historical Society in Northborough. I just want to begin by saying thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the board for considering us. I guess I'd like to just, I brought some, a few pictures to show, maybe highlight what we're talking about here, if that will help, because I don't think I included it in the original resubmittal back to you recently. So I thought I'd just be clearer on what we're asking for. So we have, our building is a fairly old building, over 100+ years old, and we have had experienced some damage to the ceilings over time for various reasons. And we would like to repair that ceiling and improve our lighting with high efficiency lighting. So at the same time, we smooth out all the kinks and whatnot in the ceiling. We would improve the lighting as well, the electrical work that needs to be done. So we have contacted a couple of contractors. One is a plasterer who would do the plastering work. The second one would be the electrical contractor that would install the lighting. And we are basically looking for $21,000 to cover those costs. I've included some pictures in the package you have of the current deterioration of the ceiling and the contractor estimates as well. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to oblige.
So it may also help to describe a little bit more about the events that are held in this room.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, the Historical Society is not just a meeting place for the Historical Society, although we definitely do that. But we have other community groups that also use that space. We call this space the meeting room for obvious reasons. And Alcoholics Anonymous meets there. I think it's weekly. We have the Sierra Club meets there as well, and a couple of other community organizations that use that space. So the ceiling is kind of seen its better days, let's put it that way. And so we're looking to improve that space. And also, as I mentioned, the lighting.
And for the Historical Society meetings, those are just meetings, I know, because
Yeah.
just full disclosure, I'm a member of the Historical Society. I'm not on the board of directors. But I attend a lot of the events there. You have excellent speakers come
Yes, thank
speak
you.
about historical facets, Blizzard of '78, historical reenactments of some really interesting people. There are art programs that are held there from the Art Guild, I think.
Thank you for mentioning that. 'Cause
Yep, and
that one-
at Applefest, there's a really good art show that's always up.
Yep.
And I don't know if anyone's making some homemade root beer this year, but okay, excellent. Look forward to that.
That's my department.
Okay. and trying to market you any way that I can right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I thought this was, Laura, oh, I just saw your hand up, just 2 seconds. I thought this was an appropriate use of ARPA funds because of the number of public facets that your organization touches and the building touches throughout the town. It's not just, this is our place.
Well, it's
for
something
our
we have,
things. It's used
the
for a
Board of
lot.
Directors has talked about many times, is to expand our reach into the community as much as we can. And I think redoing the ceiling is sort of in line with making it more attractive to community groups that might want a space where they can meet. So we're certainly, would like to see that expand as much as we can, yeah.
Great. Laura, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mitch. Sorry about that. I'm grateful for the Historical Society. I'm also a member of it. And one of the benefits that I also love is that if folks in town have needs for historical information, they're really the repository for a lot of even our government history. And they're the central place for accessing a lot of the data and information that's really important to the community. So I appreciate all that you're doing there. What's remaining for money? And I'm sorry if this is in the letter that was already sent, but how much money do we have left in ARPA that's available for dispensing at this point?
I happened to get that today. Hold on. Not that one.
Mitch, was this your portion, though?
Yes, yeah, this was, I mean, it's not my
I know,
portion,
I
but
know,
yeah.
I know.
No, we have roughly 1.162 million remaining per an email that I got from Jason today. In the allocation that I put forward of my share of the 1.6 million, I say my share, it's not my money. But I had put forward $20,000 in that $320,000 budget that remains untouched, so that is available and has not been allocated. I know the request is for $21,000. I would, certainly appreciate if another board member was able to put that forward. We all have funds remaining. In our packet is a listing of what's remaining out of that for each member. But if no one is comfortable putting forward another $1,000, I can make sure that happens. We had a couple last meeting that were shared between members, so there's a small surplus.
I want to ask some questions about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to answer Laura's question. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just technically speaking, what are you doing? What are you actually going to do? Can you raise that roof, that ceiling at all, or is it just going to be added and lowered?
Good question. The contractor, my understanding, and I haven't really spoken to him at great lengths, but will be to put some furring strips, small pieces of, wood.
Right.
And level that out. However he's going to do that, I haven't really gotten into the details, but he'll put some furring strips up, and then he'll reattach drywall and then plaster over that.
Okay,
And of
so-
course, he'll have to cut the spots for where the electrical lighting, the new electrical lighting will go. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know that'll lower the ceiling, so.
Yeah,
just-
it will, but not, not like a suspended ceiling would,
No,
like sometimes these suspended ceilings can go down like 6 to 12 inches. We're hoping this is gonna, because we don't have a lot of headspace to begin with. We don't want to lose it, but I think it'll just be the thickness of the plaster boards, 3/4 of an inch or so.
Right, okay. And I think it's I love having the Historical Society there. I've gone there to get some information on my house, and I think it's a great resource. Just questions a couple of people had talked to me about. When you go to CPC and ask for money, do you go every year to be able to maintain what you're doing, and you're planning to go this year, or?
That's a great question. We haven't gone last year. We talked about going and requesting this year, have not really gotten what we want to request.
Okay.
My thoughts were the windows are wooden windows that need repair. And so we've been in discussions trying to look at that as a possibility. We also would like to expand the archive area because that's getting people are just donating so much stuff, and it's getting just too crowded. There's not enough space. So original plan was to finish that space between the meeting room and the current archive building. Is kind of a block, a concrete block building. And that space there could be, finished where we could have shelves and places to store stuff. That's what a long-range plan would be. But, it's all a question of funding.
Right, right. Well, I would think, because historical is supposed to be one of the four bodies that the CPC does have money for, that I would certainly recommend.
Yeah, the
bringing
CPC has
something
been
forward.
very helpful for us. They've supported us with the painting we did, the shutters that we have now. It brings us more to how it looked 100 years ago. So the windows would be the focus that I think would need some attention, because if you look at the windows, the putty is cracking and the wood is deteriorating and could use not to mention the sliding pockets in the side of the windows could just be updated.
Right,
Yeah.
and I'd love to see your steeple back someday.
That's a good ongoing topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing, but it's,
I think it would help the streetscape. The building would look far more impressive as it used to, and that would be a nice addition to the town.
well,
If I ever come into any extra money, I'll donate. Okay. The other question, I'm, I don't want to sound like the wet blanket, but we had such a go-around with the church at the town meeting and the bell, and people feeling that this money is, it's a private organization or nonprofit, and there's a lot of talk all the time about, wow, why are you doing that, when in fact that should be a, part of the capital improvement to the building. And I'm just putting it out there because we heard so much about it at town meeting. So I did hear what the subject matter was then, and I thought I'd talk about that now.
well, I would just say we don't get, other than the grants that folks like you give us, we don't have a line item budget in the town. Some historical societies in some towns do get, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 line item to maintain the archives and whatever. North Road does not do that. So the money that we raise through, the support that you folks and the CPC provides us to our typical, memberships and whatever else activities we can raise some funds. That's basically it. So we're always trying to put the money in the kitty so that we have enough to pay the oil bill.
Right. Well, I wonder why we don't. Why don't we have an allowance for the Historical Society? Do you know?
I don't know why you don't have one. They could make a request and we could add it.
Because I think, for next town meeting, I think it would be well worth it, don't you think?
To have an annual,
Yeah.
part of the annual, it would be another annual appropriation.
Right. Right, and I know there's a lot of appropriations
Yeah.
being asked for, but this is this benefits the entire town, and it's part of, our history. So, and who manages that? Is that the Historical District Commission, or is that?
No, we're independent.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just a private organization, but we do, obviously, we store all the archives for the town, and we've got muskets that go back to, I think they go back to the Revolutionary War days, and a lot of people in town donate things like, I know we just recently got a donation of women's dresses from, I think, 1850 or something like that. It was the balls. They had a big estate over by the library. He was the doctor in town for many, many years.
Yeah.
And she donated a lot of her clothing that we have. So, we try to keep that going, keep that,
Right, really. Well, so how would we start that? Would we be the ones to put it on, or would they come forward and ask us?
We can direct him to, make that part of the annual budget. next spring, we would have to think, I don't know procedurally how we would do that, because they're not part of the town.
Right,
So
yeah.
it would be basically an annual check that the taxpayers would write to the Historical Society, and we would want some agreement as to how that gets
Right.
funded. I mean, this is a much simpler arrangement.
Right.
I'm not opposed to having the discussion, but it goes outside the bounds of what we're talking about.
Right,
this evening
and
with
we'd have to
this.
get public opinion too.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, where that is, one reason that is different is that's annual, that's recurring.
All right,
This is
so,
a one-time.
so how does this then go to a private organization?
So the process, for ARPA, so what town council had told Tim and Jason was that we can fund any organization with ARPA funds, and what you do is you work on what's called a grant agreement. And I've sent you a draft or sort of a template of that draft
Yes,
agreement. So
I think I sent that back.
Yeah, you sent that back. And so what happens is that is a contract between the town and the organization that's receiving the funds that is basically stipulates, we are giving you money for a purpose. You are actually going to do that purpose. If you end up not doing the purpose, you've got to send the money back. And if that money is sent back after the end of this December, boom, it goes, we have to then send it back to the federal government, so please do this, which is why I really appreciate the fact that you've gone out, you've got quotes, you're telling us exactly what you're looking to do. I'm confident
It's
that
a
you'll
big,
spend the money.
a big help for us, I can tell you. We've been trying to get the ceiling repaired for many years. It's on our hit parade, and this just is like, manna from heaven for getting that done, so we greatly appreciate it.
So procedurally, we provide the appropriation, and then Tim or his staff then works with the organization to finalize that grant agreement, and then Tim executes the grant agreement.
I have
And
a
that's-
draft of
Yeah.
what Mitch had shared with Michael, but I have it for any other organization you want to do at the advice of town council to do a funding agreement for accounting purposes and, any, federal audit that may occur.
And what that does is that then meets the requirement to have a contract in place by the end of this year. So the contract that we have is with the Historical Society in this case. That's then good, and then you have until the end of calendar 2026 to actually expend the funds. I anticipate you'd go through it a little
Definitely,
faster than that.
we'll be done by then.
Yes.
So you think it might be done by the end of the year if you get all that?
I'm not going to say yes, but I know we want to get this done as soon as possible so that it doesn't disrupt the season for the speakers. If I may do a shameful plug, the next speaker that's coming up in September, the first one, is the astronomy group from the folks out in Paxton. And they're going to do it's kind of a little different from some of the speakers we've had in the past. It's going to be all about, backyard astronomy and what to look for, and I'm really looking forward to that, so put that on your calendar.
All right, well, thank you. I'm all done.
Thank you. Julianne?
Okay, so I am in full support of this, and I'm supportive of all the requests tonight. However, the way I'm adding up all of the requests for tonight, check my addition, check my subtraction, I'm getting $426,000 in requests, which would bring us down to $736,000 left to play with until December. I'm going to suggest that we hear from all the presenters, their requests, set a deadline of some meeting in September, because we need a couple months to play if things fall apart, and allocate the final $1.162 million at our next meeting, and hear all the other presentations and prioritize them.
A couple of responses on that. One of these items, by far the largest one, $250,000 for crosswalk safety enhancements, I'm not sure how we would fund that, because based on my look of the 320 allocations, I don't know if that funding exists within that. So we may not be able to provide full funding for that one whether it be tonight or future, unless someone says, oh, I want to spend a little bit less on something else.
So that's a good, then it's good to Julianne's point then, is to not make that decision tonight and meet about it,
Yeah.
because.
On the library AV item, that's something that we need to have contracts in place by the end of this year. Waiting too much longer, I think, puts that at risk. So I'd be very reluctant to say, let's not move forward with that tonight, unless we didn't want to move forward with that one at all.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's an in-house.
so that might be an exception.
That's an in-house item. We had kind of decided that we would self-allocate $320,000 for this, as far as our, 5 of us, our individual priorities.
Yeah,
And,
but,
but that's what we've decided. If we're gonna go ahead and change that, we go ahead and change that. Really, we throw the whole thing out and start looking at some other process. And I don't know if we have time to do that and still make sure we don't end up either spending money foolishly or sending money back to the federal government, which nobody wants to do.
okay, so even if we stick with the individual budgets,
Yeah.
personally, I might change my individual budget if more, if other requests come in. For example, we have heard that town hall is not going to get, get moved or a new town hall built for many years. I think we all agree that something has to be done here. Would there be a request for ARPA funds for any of the improvements that you need here?
I think I submitted those back in March, so I'm taken back, just trying to recall all those things that were in that original memo. So yes, there would be.
Was new, for
Can't
example,
itemize what they would be. Mechanical systems in this building are our first priority. And we have some money from other articles, I mentioned it last Thursday, that we're reallocating, that reappropriation will be reallocated into building improvements here. They may or may not improve carpets or flooring. We're getting prices for those now. And depending on the need inside the building from a mechanical standpoint, we gotta just play it by ear.
And some of the ARPA money,
definitive?
no, I was gonna say, and some of the monies we allocated for town facility repairs, I think, also went into town hall, right? Like the basketball court or the gym court, right? Or the flooring in there.
Well, was it an article or was it ARPA? Was it ARPA funds?
It was ARPA funds that we allocated.
It was for both, all right, so you had a combination of funding for.
Right,
Yeah.
so.
See, I'm concerned, because I haven't done anything on my group, and my 250 is for the lights and such. And you're saying we're not gonna have enough money for that.
Well, you put in, if I'm reading correctly, $104,000 for the rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Those are the lights, correct?
Yeah?
And I see $185,000 for sidewalks with granite curbing on Maple and Allen Street. And we've funded towards the design of some of the sidewalks, $52,000 out of that. So you still have $132,000 from that item you could reallocate to anything else.
All right.
Heavy commercial vehicle exclusion, you would put in $30,000 for that.
Right.
We haven't committed any funds on that yet. I'm not sure. We don't think we have any requests for that yet, but we haven't funded anything out of that item. And the remaining $1,000 for treescape, which we have not considered. We also added from each of us towards LED street lighting, $11,200 from each of the 5 of us.
Right.
Yep. So you have $256,310. So yeah, if you wanted to put in additional beyond the 104, again, we'll get to that item next, where that item isn't before us right now.
Right, well, what
But you can do that, and that's totally fine.
Okay, but I mean, I agree with, I think what Julianne is saying, is I think that we've been picking away at this thing, pick, as opposed to looking at the big picture and saying, these are the things that we're all looking at and what we really like to have. So I didn't realize that by putting in you get allocated 320 to make a decisions that you would like to see, that we have tonight 4 in front of us? Is that my correct?
Yeah, it's 4.
4.
So instead of having,
Or 5, depending on how you, 5, yeah.
You round up,
Crosswalk safety.
okay.
Yeah.
So it it makes sense to me, what Julianne's saying is that you get to see it all instead of, okay, you get it, and then, oh, there's nothing left for you.
Well, we do see, I mean, we see exactly how each of the five of us are planning to spend our allocation. We're not getting all of the presentations all in one meeting. That would be an extraordinary effort, I think, from the town to go ahead and prepare all of those for one meeting.
That might be a 2 AM meeting.
Yes.
I'm ready.
I'm not.
Cheers.
So and we started this process last meeting. We did a few of these then. And we're
Right,
just
right.
continuing the exact same process we started last meeting
And-
tonight.
and-
And we will continue with that until we're done.
And the list of requests, and I mean, it's been fairly, what I'm looking for, static or the same. I mean, this list really hasn't changed a lot. So, I mean, there's opportunity to look at it, see it, digest it, do your own, doing research or reaching out as needed.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I would agree, maybe there's value in hearing all five, before allocating, but I don't know if not taking votes on allocating tonight is the best move forward to again, sort of push it down the road, to have a larger discussion, we've been having, even since I've joined the board, my first meeting in May, it's been a topic each time. So we have had a lot of discussion on it. So I think there is value in, if we feel like these should be allocated and to move forward on them, to have those votes. And if they pass, they pass. And if they don't, they don't.
All right? Should we?
It's
Yeah,
up to the board. That's just it would
I'm
be
not-
my preference.
I worry about delaying decisions and the impact that might have on some organizations and the impact that that'll have on staff to have these things all pile up. My suspicion is, Tim, it is easier for you to get these every 2 or 3 weeks to get a few more rather than,
On a
in
rolling
October and
basis-
November.
On a rolling basis, I mean, if we were 10 months ago, if you had them all, and we could queue them up internally, and you don't have to see the work that goes on to do that, but procuring these, getting them under contract, and then getting expended before December 26 is gonna be, it's gonna be a huge undertaking no matter what, but it's going to be worse if you wait. Unless you pick two big things.
Okay, but back to the repairs in town hall. Have we approved anything for town hall?
I don't think
I
anyone
don't think
put
anything's
anything
on the
forward.
list.
No member put anything
There's
forward.
been ideas kicked around, but I don't think anything's ever made it to the,
Right.
Do you remember the total on yours?
no, not off the top of my head.
Well,
Like the DPW facilities immediate repairs, there was some of that money going towards, I know, something at Town Hall, I don't remember exactly, but I believe there was some, and that was funded by myself and Julianne.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I don't remember those details of that.
I don't have the details off the top of my head, but
Yeah, out of the 56.5, I don't recall, but we
I
can.
forget
look
what
it up.
that internal, what the line items were, but I know there was some money for Town Hall.
Yeah, so we did appropriate 56,000 and change
Right.
for.
Yeah, there was
what is-
repair at 4 West Main, there was a few different
Yeah,
things.
yeah, some urgent repairs.
Scott, can you come up? Bob, we haven't forgotten you.
Okay.
We're working through, obviously, some procedural things
That's
before we
fine.
can make some decisions.
Hello again, yes, so $56,000-ish was allocated from ARPA toward immediate facility repairs and improvements. That was to supplement what the town meeting authorized, which was $250,000 for PD, the library, as well as the senior center. There are some associated projects that were not directly HVAC related, but for that 250, that this 56K could supplement. And there's also needs at 4 West Main Street, our one tenant there. Their HVAC systems are failing repeatedly, and it has not been that rough of a summer, but it's been Maintenance and repairs have been onerous there, to say the least. The gymnasium here, as we're aware, that floor needs to be repaired and refinished. There is an appropriation from, I don't know, many years ago, dedicated toward the gym, where a majority of it was spent, but there is some left remaining, and that was dedicated to the floor and associated piping. The piping was done, the floor was not. So that could be used in conjunction with the ARPA allocation. For West Main Street, HVAC needs to be addressed. Some of the associated work that wasn't identified in the town meeting article at the library could be remediation and painting after the HVAC systems are corrected in that great room. We're aware that the great room has some humidity issues, and due to that humidity, some of the surfaces have deteriorated. The HVAC systems are part of the town meeting article. Corrective measures thereafter are not. Part of that work would be building system management upgrades there as well, in order to alleviate any future humidity or moisture issues. So there are needs. Some of the immediate needs could be design services associated with what Tim was referring to regarding old appropriations redirected toward town hall. Utilizing those appropriations doesn't have a timeline associated with it. There's no deadline, but there is a deadline with the 56K, and getting the evaluation and the design work needs to be done quickly for that. So there are needs. Absolutely, there are needs at the senior center for beyond just the well piping, which was identified in town meeting. So yes, there are needs.
And did we take care of the roof leak at 4 West Main?
I'd have to talk to Sean about that. I know we had our roofing contractor go up there and walk it. It has not leaked since the substantial rains we had previously, and we believe the leak was associated with roof-mounted equipment. But I'd have to find out if he got it back up there and repaired it.
Because I know Tim and I had walked up there, and there was a pretty big puddle on the floor.
It was due to a roof penetration, and that was after a substantial rain event. It has not occurred since, and I'm not sure if that's been corrected or if it just ceased to exist because we haven't had that bad of a storm event since.
But there was leaking going on because it ran down the side of the building, like the northeast side.
Yeah, that's the facade. That's a bit different, yes.
Yeah, that brick needs to be sealed.
That's a lot different. That's
Pointed.
the roofing materials are failed around it, the soffits are failed around it, the fascia boards have failed around it. All that contributes to facade leaking.
So is it?
What you and Tim observed was a leak at a penetration, we believe.
And yeah, that's not going to happen again?
It hasn't happened since.
Okay.
We do have our roofs walked as best we can every year for inspections. The flat roofs specifically, they don't obviously walk the sloped roofs, but the flat rubber roofs, we do walk every year. We've had some repairs done at Town Hall, primarily around the HVAC penetrations and the supports.
Mm-hmm.
You have a air conditioning unit on a couple 2x4s, and it turns on and shakes a little bit, and the rubber underneath eventually gets worn out, and the contractor's got to come out and repair it. So we actually use the same contractor that did the roofing on the White Cliffs a few years ago, who was also the same contractor that did the roof at the White Cliffs 30 years ago. He's a local contractor in town.
And can you make sure that there's a patch or something that before we go into the winter on that building at 4 West? Make sure that that's not going to
Yeah, I don't know if he's walked it
deteriorate
yet this
more?
year, but he walks it every year. Yeah.
Could we try to get back to current ARPA requests? Not that this isn't important, but it's not an agenda item. All right, are there any other questions on the Historical Society request? Okay. In terms of, Laura, did you have something? No, okay. In terms of process, would someone like to make a motion now? Do we not want to make a motion? Do we want to rescind all our allocations and decide to do everything later? I'm
Okay.
having a hard time understanding
So
what's
the
being suggested.
Historical Society,
Yeah,
the Legion, are two actually like non-official parts of the town budget, right?
correct.
they're-
I mean, they're separate nonprofit organizations that certainly provide a lot of value to
Oh,
the town.
I don't
But
doubt
they're not part of government.
Right. I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
So though, in my head, maybe those two could be postponed.
For what?
I understand what you're saying about the cable at the library. If there's, you know, some imminent deadline there, then we've got to vote on that tonight. But the other $326,000 or less, I still think that I'd like to get the rest of the list.
But we have the rest of the list. Each one of us put forward a number of proposals
I know
that.
Cultural Council has a plan to come to us.
Correct, and that's on the list. They have not submitted the detail that will hopefully be on the next agenda. So again, per Tim's suggestion, we're hearing these on a rolling basis. And I think, Tim, I don't want to misstate what you said, it's easier for you
Yeah.
if we approve them on a rolling basis, because then you've got to do a lot of work. And if it's an outside organization, you've got to deal with the grant agreement. If it's an inside department, you've got to deal with getting the quotes and the purchasing and all those sorts of
The
things.
procurement's a long lead time,
Yeah.
depending on what the project is.
Yeah. So I think it's easier for staff to continue on. We have not received all of the details on every single item on the entire set of proposals. We heard a lot of them last time, and we approved them. We're hearing a lot more tonight, and I anticipate every meeting until we have exhausted every single penny that we have, it will continue in that basis. I suspect strongly there will be additional funds in ARPA that we'll be looking at the end. So when we came up with this idea of everyone allocating $320,000 apiece, that's 1.6 million. At that time, the remaining ARPA funds was a little bit over 1.7. So we know there's a little bit more in there. We are also in some of these categories under appropriating relative to the initial request, such as I think both you and Julianne had put in, I forget if it was Julianne or Laura, had put in for the additional town repairs to the buildings.
Facilities, yeah.
Facilities
That was
repairs,
Julianne.
yeah. So, for example, you would put in $56,000 in your 320 for that. But we only spent 28 of that because you also put in some money for that. So there's likely going to be some leftover funds as part of this. We will have the opportunity to fund more than just what's on this list, unless we say, as we go along, maybe there's a request that comes in where maybe you've allocated $25,000, but the actual cost is 40, and we can say, all right, let's fund that at 40, and that detracts a little bit from the extra. My anticipation is, as we get into the October timeframe, we will hopefully have gone through this full list and made all of the appropriation decisions. We'll go back to Jason and say, how much is left in ARPA now? And I think he's gonna say $100, $150, $200,000, something like that. And then we have the opportunity and really the mandate to go ahead and make some final decisions then. Because again, none of us wanna send this, a penny back to the federal government.
Right.
So we will figure that out. And I'm guessing we will probably even have another meeting in December where we ask Jason one last time, okay, how much is left?
Look in the
really
couch.
there?
Is there anything
Right,
in
yeah,
there?
Exactly. Because, for example, if we appropriate $100,000 to something and it only costs $95,000 in the end, there's $5,000 extra we will allocate to something else. So there are a couple of more rounds to go after we go through this list. But based on the 1.6 million, this is the list.
Okay.
Okay. Laura, you've been quiet on this. If you have anything to add, you can. If not, that's fine. I want to make sure you're not given the opportunity.
I appreciate it. No, just let me know if you want me to make the motion now or if we want to hear everything and then make the motions afterwards.
Okay. All right, at this point, would anyone like, so first question, I had allocated $20,000 for Historical Society. The request is 21. Is anyone willing to put forward $1,000 out of their budget for this? So we can, yes.
Oh, sorry. If I apologize. I couldn't pull the spreadsheet up. I've had some email problems.
Okay.
But if there is money that you see that's available that I still have I would be happy to participate in that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have, by my accounting, 214,400 and.
Okay.
214,400 404, 414, something like that, 214,000 and
Okay.
change available
Okay.
in yours. Okay. So I think we know where that is coming from. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $21,000 for the purpose of funding a lighting and ceiling restoration project for the meeting room at the Northborough Historical Society located at 52 Main Street, as presented in the memo by the Historical Society President, included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the town administrator to execute a funding agreement for same.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mike. Congratulations, Historic Society. Thank you for bearing with us as we work
okay.
through some procedure. We got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Got that. And next up, we have the American Legion.
Talk to you.
Edgar.
You got a copy of this, yeah?
You want to talk?
Yeah, we can talk tomorrow, next day.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Excellent.
Mr.
Why don't you-
Chairman.
Yes, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you for having me here. My name is Edgar Blanchett. I'm the commander of the American Legion 234. First, I'd like to express my thanks and gratitude to the Select Board for thinking of the post for this ARPA grant. We were closed during the COVID of 2020, as were many places. It was a period of unrest for the post during the shutdown, but loyal members and volunteers made use of the downtime to make COVID shields, and in doing so, donated more than 2,000 shields to UMass hospitals, fire departments, police stations, private medical offices, nursing homes, funeral homes, and to whomever needed them. They also cut fabric and made face masks. They met about 3 days a week to do all of that. The members got all the funds needed from contributions of people that we know. When the post was allowed to open for business, it was only open a couple of days a week and not making much revenue. Our customer base and events were non-existent, to say the least. The past commanders at that time, loyal veterans, riders, volunteers, and auxiliary, tried to hold the place together as much as they could, and did a great job in doing so. However, it still wasn't enough to get us back to where we needed to be. The building is old. It was built in the 1800s. The Legion people moved in 1916, so we've been there ever since, so it's a real old building. As we receive funds, we try to update issues. The safety issues are a top priority to us, and they should be. So one night during an event, a pilot light in our stove extinguished and caused a CO2 alarm to be activated. The fire department came and discovered a few discrepancies in our kitchen. Even though we pass our annual inspections, our kitchen was shut down due to poor venting and having incomplete sprinkler system. The costs of the repairs were more than we could afford, and we have exhausted many avenues for raising funds, i.e. GoFundMe, individual donations, calendar donations, albeit, but still not enough. So the ARPA funds will put us in a position where we can start the repairs immediately and get back to what we do best, helping the community and veterans. Thank you.
Questions for Edgar? I've also attended, I'm not a member of your organization, but I've attended a lot of events
Yes, you
there.
have,
Yeah. You host open microphone nights, music.
Karaoke and open
karaoke.
mic night,
I will
yes.
not go to karaoke. You'll never see me doing that.
Been to a
But
few
I will
kids'
watch-
birthday parties too there and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Birthday parties have been there.
Yeah.
I have participated in 2 election events there. I moderated an election panel, and then I participated as a candidate in an election panel a couple of years ago.
Beauty contests?
I have not participated in any beauty contests, nor would I. So similar to the karaoke, you will not see me doing that. Also, I think the Legion I look at as really a community function. You exist you have a primary function to serve your members and to serve those who have served. But you serve the community as a whole, I think, very well, which is why I was very happy to put forth some funds suggestion. Mike Tejan also put forth a suggestion to include that. So any questions from the board?
No, I mean, I first heard about it marching in the Memorial Day parade. Heard about the issues with the kitchen and things, and saw the GoFundMe, saw what you were trying to raise, so thought some ARPA allocation would be able to help with that, so.
Excellent. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Laura?
Thank you. So first of all, I'm so grateful for what the Legion does for our veterans, and I appreciate all the work that you have done to remain relevant, to find ways to raise money. I know how important the Legion is to the veterans in our community, and I'm sorry that it's taken so long for you to get back up and running, because I know it's definitely impacted the veterans as well as all the other community groups that have been able to use your facilities for meetings, for fundraisers. I appreciate what a good steward to the community you've been. So I don't know if there's more money needed, but I realized there was a comment from Julianne about it being a separate organization from the town, but such a big segment of our community does rely on it, which is why, I really support and believe in how important this work is. I wish that there was more money available to help get you running before now, but thank you for just the synopsis on where you are, Commander, and I hope that we can get you up and running again so that the members can continue to do the great work that they do there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. I mean, my hope is, I know you're overall looking for more money than at least is in our draft motion to provide tonight, 100,000 or more to get the building really back up into shape. I hope you can use this as a catapult towards any other grants that might be available, any other fundraising to do to complete the process. But I appreciate knowing that the $50,000 that we're proposing, on the assumption that it is granted tonight, can address the critical code and life safety issues that are in the building.
Yes.
That to me is prayority. Okay.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. I have any other questions from the board? We have a hand up from the audience, so.
I mean, I know right now it's allocated from our pots of ARPA funds. I didn't know if there was any other board members who would want to be included in that, or is it just going to be the chair and I?
I mean, it would be a matter of someone willingly allocating from one purpose to another purpose.
Right. Just
out of that to increase. You have $227,000 unallocated, $25,000 for treescape, $50,000 as grant for committees, neither of which we've discussed yet, but we will. Immediate facility repairs, again, you shared that with Mike, so you had put in $56,000. We spent 28 of that, so you have another 28 in theory available out of that. For crosswalks, sidewalks and crosswalks, you put in 189. We have thus far spent 53 out of that, so you still have 135,000 left, but there's still more sidewalk discussion to take place. Once we get designs back, we may want to put some money towards construction or something else. And again, we all spent $11,200 for the LED streetlight supplemental funds last time, which was unbudgeted initially. So the result of that is you have 227,000 and change left right now.
But I would support the crosswalk safety enhancements. Can I support that and give a chunk of money to the Legion?
Sure. So so you have $135,000 left in sidewalk / crosswalk / signage. and our total request is $250,000 tonight, but I know you have some money for that item. I think other members do as well.
Oh,
So
okay, so we'll probably make that.
we might be, I think there's a good chance we might make that. If you wanted to look towards something else, the additional money that you have from the immediate facility repairs, again, you had budgeted 56, but only 28 was needed
28.
because two of us budgeted. If you want to, I would say you have pretty easily $28,000 to reallocate towards, well, I would actually say 11,000 less than that because of the supplemental AD, so 16,000 and change.
Okay, that's almost then a third from each of us. If I give
Yeah.
16 and, yeah. So, okay, I can do that.
So you're suggesting still a total of $50,000, just split differently, or do you want to add in 16 more beyond the 50 that were
No,
already
the
allocated?
50 split 3 ways, I guess.
Okay,
Unless Laura had,
Laura?
you need all your money first.
So if we approve this tonight, will it be allocated tonight, or can we hear the rest of the proposals, and then if there's money remaining that we can give extra?
We can,
don't know that I'm
I'm
for
sure
that.
you'd be fine to get some more money later.
Okay.
I think procedurally, you'd need to then amend the grant agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have other things that we want to look at too.
Okay,
So you can start with the 50, and if we get more, we can just amend it.
Thank you. That would be my preference, everyone.
okay, okay. Are you okay with that? I think what she's suggesting is we leave it as the existing allocation for Mike and I, and then that's something that we can revisit a little bit later, once we see what Laura suggested, once we see how we are with other items, and then consider sending some additional funds.
Okay.
Okay, does that
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
Okay, Laura,
That
that's
would be
consistent
perfect.
with what you're asking for? Okay.
I like that idea better, and that way if we do have extra that we can designate towards it, then it'll be a nice,
Yeah,
that would be my preference.
okay. Resident Jacob Jones has had his electronic hand up, so I will recognize Jacob. Bring you in. If you could identify yourself, Jacob, and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Good evening, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. Thank you. This is just a comment from a member of the community here. I support the discussion that the board is having on your proposed action on this. But my comment is more in the nature of the root cause for why this is even being presented. My personal experience is that we have had an overly aggressive code enforcement regime within our town. And looking at what the original cause, which was carbon monoxide issues, sounds to me, and I'm no expert, but that probably could have been addressed and the safety issues addressed without probably tens or hundreds of thousands of additional costs that came along with, in my view, unreasonable code enforcement practices that required new sprinkler systems and new other things that weren't really the emergent safety issue that was being originally addressed. And so it's really disappointing to me as a member of this community that we have an unreasonable view when it comes to code enforcement in this town that causes good organizations like we have here and individual members of the community to incur unnecessary additional costs. And thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you, Jacob. I don't think we have anyone here that can address the meat of that question tonight. But Jacob, if you have particular questions, maybe reach out to the building department and they can probably provide you with a little bit more information as far as, what was seen and what was noted at the Legion building. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments before we act on this one? Okay, hearing none. Mike, is there a motion?
Yes, motion, Mr. Chair. I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding a kitchen renovation project at the American Legion located at 402 West Main Street, as presented in the memo by the American Legion Board of Directors, included in the meeting packet, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the town administrator to execute a funding agreement for same.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Technical question, Tim. The motion says kitchen renovation project. This includes some The proposal included some fire suppression that was outside of the kitchen and maybe possibly some emergency doors. Do you think the motion should be altered to include?
Should just say renovation?
Code and safety, or?
Life safety updates.
Okay.
Do I need to reread it, or?
Kitchen renovation and life safety?
Life safety updates, yeah.
Okay.
Do I need to reread
I
it?
think, just say, yes, it includes that, I think is probably fine.
Yes, it includes the life safety
Okay,
and
okay. So
other
you're making a
renovations.
friendly
I'll make sure
amendment?
that's in the agreement.
That's
Yeah,
discussed.
yeah, it'll be in the agreement. Laura, you're good with that? Okay, all right. Okay, motion made and seconded. Any other discussions? Okay, all those in favor. Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Edgar, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, and good luck with this
Thanks for
project.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Next up, we have the Senior Center requesting, originally it was in the agenda as $10,000. It's turning out it's $10,610. Please join us, Kendra and Fran. Why don't the two of you, for the folks who've benefit at home who don't know who we are, if you could each identify yourself and your role?
Sure. I'm Kendra Valdetta, the Senior Center Director.
And I'm Fran Baxter, and I'm the Chair of the Council on Aging.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And tell us briefly what you're requesting and
Sure.
for what.
So prior to COVID, there was a regular cleaning schedule that had been taking place. The floors were, cleaned every year since 2021. The floors have not been cleaned at all. So this includes our tile flooring, our carpeting, and the vinyl flooring. I have submitted pictures. I think that they're with the agendas. So it just shows the scuffing and wear. Mainly our vinyl flooring is where most of our exercise classes take place. So that comes from people moving chairs for chair yoga, sneaker scuffs and marks, as well as marks from people just walking on it. The carpet is stained in multiple places, and if someone spilled something, it's still there. The previous director must have spilled something in my office because it's been there since I started. But the floors are definitely showing their wear, and we really want to keep what's probably the town's nicest or one of the nicest buildings in good condition.
Thank you. Fran, anything to add?
No, just here to support Kendra and this request. I mean, we are in need of this service as well as others, but we're going to look elsewhere for things like chair cleaning and actually, once we get the floors redone, we have to address the fact that our 300 chairs don't have the proper rubber footing so that they don't continue to make more scuffs and scrapes on what hopefully will be a very nice redone floor. But we will look elsewhere for that money as well.
I'll add a little bit of context that the initial request on our big sheet was for $10,000 for the Friends of the Senior Center, based on requests that they had made early in the ARPA process. At a Council on Aging meeting, I presented that to them and said it didn't matter, at least to me, whether it be Friends of the Senior Center or whether it be the Senior Center directly that received the funds. It really depended upon the exact project that they were interested in doing. The carpet cleaning, flooring cleaning certainly made a lot of sense, and it makes a lot of sense for that to be done internally. And I don't think there are any members of the Friends of the Senior Center here.
Dawn is the vice
Okay.
president.
Yes, hi. I guess I don't. There we go. I don't see you at the Council on Aging meetings, which is why I didn't make and I, of course, see you at a few other meetings, which is why I didn't make the connection. So my understanding is the Friends of the Senior Center are supportive of this, correct?
Right. Yeah, I mean, the idea is if it goes to the Friends, they then have to allocate it directly for this purpose to meet the ARPA requirements, so it makes no sense for it to go through them. It can go right into the revolving account.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain how, if you look on the big spreadsheet, it says Friends of the Senior Center, which is the actual senior center, is coming with this request tonight.
And would you be able to get that tile fixed as well, or are you just going to have cleaning of it?
So with the quote that we have, it would just be for cleaning. In the lobby, we have tile flooring, so it would be for scrubbing the grout. In room 4, which is one of the exercise rooms, as well as the bistro, we have the vinyl flooring, so it would be cleaning and resurfacing of that floor, and the rest of the building is carpeted, so it would be the carpeting floor as well. So it's just cleaning, it's not a replacement or new flooring.
Okay, but you had a picture of some damage. So
Yes,
that's gonna be
so
able to be
I think
fixed?
that is from the installation of the stage, very much so in the beginning of the senior center being built. That is not part of the quote that we received. They just do cleaning, the company that we have the quote from.
All right, and is it missing? Like, it looks like it's two different surfaces, or is it just the look?
There's just, I know which picture you're talking about, there's just a chip out of the vinyl. It's not a tile, it's just a piece of plastic, but there's essentially a corner missing. I don't really know at what point it went missing, but.
All right, because I don't want anybody tripping on that stuff.
No, luckily, it's out of the way. It's not somewhere someone would walk. It's sort of almost underneath the stage, so.
Okay. And have you looked into replenishing that floor at some point? I mean, do you have what we do in capital improvements that give you certain things in your building that you're going to ask to have replaced because you normally do it in a home?
So we have a plan. It's not necessarily the senior center's plan. The maintenance department has a plan. We have no capital or budget for improvements or replacements, anything like that. That goes through the maintenance department.
So you do have something that is set up that you can put a request in for, is that right?
Yeah, through the capital plan.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if you manage things a little bit earlier than we are in our usual way, it could certainly make the building last a lot longer.
Yeah, right. So again, anything like that, if with the flooring, if that crack were new and I noticed it needed to be replaced, that request would go to Sean. It wouldn't be on me or the senior center to figure out,
How to pay for it.
how to pay for it or who to call or what to do.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Laura?
Thanks for the update, Kendra and Fran. I appreciate it. I know you mentioned that this was done annually prior to COVID, and I very much support getting this done now. Will there be a plan in place so that you can resume that schedule going forward?
Yeah, so I have spoken with maintenance, and that is something that we would like to get back into having a scheduled process for. Sorry, I'm not sure which camera to look at. I don't know where you are, Laura.
It's everywhere.
Yes, that is something that moving forward we would like to happen, but it's not in the next year's budget. So that was why we thought it was appropriate to ask for ARPA funding.
But it wouldn't be in the senior center budget anyway, it would be in the maintenance budget, along with everything else, including the carpets in this building and all the other maintenance.
The request would come from them to us, to Sean, and we'd figure out the cost and the timing.
Right.
Logistics, and we'd budget for it, and if we had money for it, it would just get appropriated at town meeting.
Okay. And then we're talking cleaning, we're not talking replacement, right?
Yeah. There's nothing in the quote or what we're asking for replacement. It's just cleaning of what's already there.
One question. The quote you provided was for 3 quotes of commercial finish on the floor and the carpet cleaning and cleaning the tile and the grout without the sealer. With the sealer is another $900 more than that. What are your thoughts on the sealing?
I was trying to keep it to the $10,000 as close as I could that was originally mentioned. I think obviously the sealing would help. It would make whatever they do last longer. But to keep it as close to the $10,000 as possible, I did not include that. Ideally, it would be great to have.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, conceptually, you're sealing that, it's going to last longer, and we're not going to need to clean the grout.
Right.
Hopefully for many more years with the result. So this will be one of those opportunities that if board members wanted to put in a little bit more money out of their appropriation, that would be good. And I'm seeing a suggestion from Scott that that's a good idea, and I'm seeing a hand up from Laura. Are you volunteering? Okay. So the budget that was put in here was $10,000. The request is $10,610 plus another $900. So it's $11,510 if I'm doing the math right.
Yep.
So we'd be looking for another $1,510 in total beyond the $10,000. Laura, are you okay with
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes,
This would come out of one of your other appropriations, and we can figure out which later. Okay. 510. Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion to appropriate $11,510.
I move the board to appropriate the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $11,510 for the purpose of cleaning and sealing the floors at the senior center as presented in the memo by the senior center director, included in the meeting packet pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the senior center director.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa. I'll give the second to Julianne. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much for the two of you for doing the
Thank
work
you.
preparing for this. Next up, we have crosswalk safety enhancements, a request of $250,000. Scott? Pick your chair.
I like this mic better.
Okay.
So the crosswalk enhancement topic came up at the Traffic Safety Committee meeting, a couple of the meetings. Lisa's the select board liaison to those meetings, so you're well aware of this. They were focused on primarily around our schools. There's 7 locations that are identified by the committee. Lincoln Street Elementary School, Milliken Middle School, there's 2 of them. There's one at each one of the 2 driveways, north and south. There's a Pleasant Street at Lincoln Street crosswalk that's up at, kind of gets the kids across Lincoln Street and across Pleasant Street so they can walk down to a church. There's a there's a mid-block crosswalk on Northgate Road at Chesterfield that gives the children of Northgate access to Proctor School. I believe we talked about that previously regarding a lack of a crossing guard there, as well as the one at Lincoln Street Elementary. And then another one that came up was Lincoln Street at West Main Street. It's a bit off the direct intersection. There's a very wide intersection with the crosswalk is off the where you would expect that intersection to be, and it's a very, very long crosswalk with no refuge in the middle. So it's a challenging location with vehicles coming specifically on westbound Route 20, turning onto Lincoln Street. They almost don't have to touch their brakes before they know it, they're on a crosswalk. So the discussion ensued at the Traffic Safety Committee. They requested that I provide a quote for the work. We developed a memorandum. I believe this was provided to the select board at prior meetings. The work includes cement concrete wheelchair ramps, the detectable warning strips, those little bumpy pads you see in the front of them, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon assemblies, the posts, installation of the assemblies, some traffic details that'll be required during the construction, as well as site prep and restoration. Anytime you're doing new wheelchair ramps, you're digging up lawns, curbing, asphalt, and then a contingency is included in that as well. We haven't designed it yet, as well as engineering services. There are crosswalks that are very simple to put a wheelchair ramp in. For example, I looked at one recently for one of the select board members at on Davis Street, crossing from Indian Meadow to the other side. Both sides are dead flat. There's a grass strip. One side is very simple for a wheelchair ramp. It's just essentially a large flat concrete pad. The other side is a little more challenging. There's some slopes. When you get to areas where there's curbing, the layout and design is much more challenging. So, for example, the one that I just described on Davis, there is no curbing. So the total of this cost was $250,000. That was presented to the Traffic Safety Committee, and they suggested seeking ARPA funds, I believe, through their liaison to the board.
Thank you. I had just a couple questions on it. When we had Milliken Middle School in the north driveway, is that the one closer to Pleasant Street? So
Correct.
that's at like that L,
Yes.
so to speak?
Yep, so you cross there, you cross from the school, you go across Lincoln Street, you take a left, you go across Pleasant Street, you go down Church Street, and then there's another crosswalk there to get you over to across Howard Street.
Okay, and then what's in the south driveway is, is that just there's not like a curb cut there coming from the school going to the other sidewalk, correct?
There's a marked crosswalk there. I'm not sure if there's a curb cut there. That one is used a lot by the Recreation Department. They'll have programs at Lincoln Street Elementary School, and the children will walk up Lincoln Street and then cross on that crosswalk to get over to the fields at Melican.
Okay, because I was thinking that we'd Zay School was also another one that we had hoped to get because of the schools, but it doesn't look like it's here.
Around the Z School, there is the crosswalk that goes across Church Street. It's from Pleasant across. That has been identified by the current chief as well as the former chief as a problematic crosswalk. I've stood at that crosswalk for several minutes just watching cars buzz by indiscriminately, and I'm sure the children do the same. I'm thankful for their.
But that's the one on Church and
Correct.
Pleasant, yeah.
Correct,
That's a
yep.
definite. Okay, and the other question I have is on the installation, we got 3,000 apiece up to 42,000. Is there some way that 3,000 apiece could not be melded into a lump sum and a better price for that?
Bidding out something as a lump sum versus unit price would not change the cost to the contractor to perform the work.
So so they're gonna charge 3,000 each time they put the post in?
I didn't say that that's how much the price is, that's what the estimate is, and that's not how much to put a post in, that's how much to install the post, how much to do the wiring, to put the assembly together, and I don't want to say calibrate it, but make sure the solar panels are in the right orientation, so. Post is a very quick thing to drive in. You just, you put it in the base, and then you bolt on a post. All the wires and the assemblies where the time is taken.
All right. And if the cost ran under, we would be able to use that for something else.
Yeah, my expectation, I mean, when you look at the estimate, there's a 20% contingency, $40,000. That's a substantial number. This memorandum was developed in March. You know, if we got the approval today, in the middle of August, my hope and expectation is that in 8 weeks, we can have the design completed and ready for pricing. We do have our paving contractor under contract, and with their willingness to do the work, we could circumvent a long time frame when it comes to bidding. And also, I could come back to this board with a hard number much more quickly, so that, you know, you don't have to wait till the December 24th meeting to figure out how the final pennies are going to be allocated. And I don't know if
Or 31st.
Yes, the 31st, yes. You'll be alone. You'll be alone for that one. So I'm not sure if the contractor, our current contractor, is willing to do that. I know they would be the wheelchair ramps, because that is within their area of expertise. These assemblies, I don't know, but I will ask. Once I get the layout done, very similar to the sidewalks, we'll engage an engineer, they'll go to all the sites, take a look at them, do detailed design where required, get firm quantities developed. I'm estimating these quantities, not based on measurements per site. Once they get that specified, quantities done, I give it to our contractor, the paving contractor. If they're willing to do it under a change order, I'll have a number quickly.
Okay, I like all of that. I know what I'm trying to get to is if we can get the 40 or what have you, if we can get that one in front of Zay School done, I would like to add that to this.
That's one of the benefits of a unit price contract. When you do a lump sum contract, the contractor is not required to tell you how much it is to install this one microphone. He tells you how much it is to AV the room. And then when you ask him for another microphone, you don't really know what the number was. When you get a unit price contract, you have a set, it's established, it's $2,200 per assembly, we have $28,000 left, so go find yourself 14 more to do, something like that.
So, and I think I had talked to Coastal as well, so they're willing to do quantity discounts, so.
Yep, I've talked to them about that as well.
So that could be helping us to get more, because these is just some of the ones we've talked about
Yep.
at this traffic safety. We want to try to get a couple, we'd have to talk to the state, but we want to get a couple down on Route 20, down by European Auto Repair that goes across to Ace, that complex.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
you've got
people
quite a
cross-
span, and you've got the two crosswalks there that nobody's really looking at somebody crossing.
On Route 20?
Yeah, on Route 20, so we
which is
really.
that's a different
Right,
question.
it's a different question. We have
Yeah.
to talk about that and
Yeah.
have discussion on the state and what we can get
Yes.
sometime.
So part of the design process for these solar-powered traffic components is site-specific. So they take the longitude and latitude for each location. They establish what vegetation cover challenges there may be, the orientation of the panel, the size of the panel, depending on where it is, and what shade factors there are. So there's a site-specific design for each one of these, left side, right side, east, west, what have you.
Some of these things that I've seen, I don't know if I've seen any in Massachusetts, I've seen them in the South, actually have lights that light up the crosswalk when someone is crossing. Are those in the mix at all? Are those
I
something
feel like a
that are
snow
available in
plow might.
Massachusetts?
You said those are you've seen those in the south?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What a
they
snow
weren't
plow
on
would
this,
do to those.
Well, they're lights that are on the top of the pole
okay.
that are already being put up.
Oh, I thought you meant in the walkway.
No, oh no, that would be cool. LED strips right across. Yeah, it would be basically a floodlight that shines across the crosswalk area to improve safety and visibility at night.
I haven't looked at that. I do believe that the battery size and the panel size may be challenging.
Yeah.
There were some locations that required 2 panels just because of its orientation. And the 2 panels are just charging a small a large 9 volt battery that just has a couple of LEDs that do this every now and then. So that might be a challenge.
Yeah, I think particularly if we are able to get permission from the state to put any of these in the future across Route 20, that might be something I think I'd want to look into, because that's such a busy road, even in the evening.
They would make most sense at mid-block crosswalks. The vast majority of our intersections are lit with streetlights, so their efficiency or efficacy would be diminished a bit by the streetlights.
Yep.
Something like the Chesterfield one, I mean, you're at Chesterfield, one side's lit, the other side isn't, so there may be some locations that it's appropriate or better served.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree, these don't need to be lit, but in the future, if we talk about some of those near Rockies and so forth, that area probably benefit. And then the peripheral question is, how do we approach the state on the Route 20 crosswalks to say, hey, can you give us permission? We'll pay for them, in theory. I'd love for them to pay for them, but yeah, how is the best way of approaching that? I'll look at both of you.
I'm sorry, Tim.
Go ahead.
We've gone through a variety of processes to try to get them done. Behind the scenes, at the request of a citizen, didn't go anywhere. Formal submission to District 3, didn't go anywhere.
Okay. How about
Formal
a
submission
letter from the
to
board?
10 Park Plaza, didn't go anywhere. I believe a citizen or the administration reached out to our legislative body and representatives, and that didn't go anywhere either.
I think we should try it again.
Yeah, I think maybe have the board send a letter.
We have all new all new legislators, so it may be worthwhile, like you said, to give it another shot.
Maybe have a meeting with them and tell them what.
Yeah, I think, send a letter to Mass DOT, copy our legislators on that, see if that gets some attention.
Right.
And, we all talk to our state reps and senator on a regular basis and make that part of the conversation. And if needed, legislative priority once that comes up next spring.
And it is an election year.
Yep. Tim and Diane, could you work on something they could ask me to come in and sign? Send it out to the board for any feedback from individual members. Would be great. Okay, back to the issue specific at hand. Thank you for bringing this forward to us. Any questions from the board on the request? Mike?
Yeah, just an additional question, kind of piggybacking on what Lisa was saying about the needed crosswalk at Z School. I know some feedback I've gotten from citizens in the Davis Street area, disappointment that sidewalks on Davis Street, weren't being allocated for in ARPA. There's good reasons for that, the additional cost of the engineering and everything that went into that. Scott can explain it better than I can. But some other feedback was, well, that crosswalk on Davis, even though it's a long straight shot, you would think people could see you. People drive distracted, they drive too fast on that road, that they said that there, at least could be a need for the lighted crosswalk there, to assist in at least people knowing that you're there. I know I drive that road, that's part of my commute to work. And people drive well over the speed limit on that road, and there's always people running and walking dogs. So That's some of the feedback I've gotten from the citizens. And now, Scott, you had said you took a look at that area, I think estimated around 13,000.
Yep, I took a look at it on Saturday, about $13,000 or $14,000 for a standoff single one. My suggestion would be for, if the board chooses to go forward with this request, and I get unit prices from the contractor who hopefully is willing to do the work, I'll have a hard number, I'll have a firm number.
Right.
In which case, there can almost be a shopping list in Davis, Z School, the Pleasant and Church, Upper Church. I know there's another one up north of Pleasant Street, or the Upper Pleasant. There's another crosswalk there that somebody had reached out to me about. I'm pretty confident there's going to be an opportunity within this allocation if our contractor is willing to do it under change order.
Gotcha.
And if as part of that, if it's possible to get a unit price on the lighted version of that, where it would fit, both be appropriate, and there's enough solar power. Maybe the reason I've seen it in the south is they have a little bit more solar power than generation capability than we do. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? The other question that we need to figure out is allocation, which is a little bit more challenging. I made mention of that. The request is $250,000. I'll go through a little bit of what I see on that.
I mean, you all have a lot of money left over. I spent all mine like the first meeting. I was like a teenager with a credit card.
So, Lisa, confirm, this is the same as the RRFB, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, okay. So you would put in $104,000 for this. You also have $132,000 at this point left in your sidewalk budget. Sidewalks, crosswalks are interrelated. I think in your list, you put them as one item. I'll quickly go along here. Sidewalk. In Julianne, you have $135,000 left on sidewalks / crosswalks / signage. Nothing explicitly for this, but crosswalks is in there. Laura, you had put in, I think specifically you said Allen Street sidewalk, but just sidewalks in general, you have $216,000 left in there. I have $28,000 left in my sidewalk budget, which I'm fine using for this. We can say just your 104, and then proportionally anywhere else where people have sidewalks, because you split those off, and I think everybody else has kind of merged them together. So you'd be funding 104, and then we'd have roughly another $150,000 split proportionally among the remaining sidewalk and crosswalk budgets in there, which is what we did with sidewalks for the design last time. I can't give anyone an exact number. There would certainly be enough funding to do this there. But then we are diminishing the sidewalk budget for any construction of sidewalks going forward. Just trying to think of, if we want to fund the $250,000, how would we do it?
How much do you need from me?
It's like 62.
Well, proportionally, it's hard to figure out, because it's based on how much you've already put forward. So if we use all of Lisa's 104, again, that's 150 that we would need to get. So let's see, Julianne, you have 135 left in that.
50 by 3. 50,000 with 3 people.
Are there going to be any other sidewalk requests type thing?
Well, I've got sidewalk with granite curbs on Maple and Allen Street. I don't think that was all design, was it?
So the sidewalk survey and design work that was authorized at your prior meeting, the surveyors are out there this week, doing the work to identify which sidewalks are going to require easements and how complicated those easements are. Once I have that information, I can mobilize the designers to focus on those that are sort of simple. And if there's a sidewalk and only requires 2 easements, and I knock on the doors and the people are very friendly and excited about sidewalks, that's when you go forward with. If it's a really complicated project and there's utility poles and angry residents, then we shelf that one and mobilize quickly on the ones that are feasible, like we discussed. I'll then get a quote for a change order from the contractor, come before the board, say here they are, and you'll have a better idea what money is needed. On the tail end, again, I'll have unit price numbers from the contractor for sidewalk construction. In the event it's December 31st and you have $184,000 left, you don't know what to do with it, I'll give you $184,000 worth of sidewalks, because I have a contractor who's willing to do it.
Good. Sounds good.
I have a question on the.
He knows a guy.
On the, yeah, knows a guy. On the easements. Now, we just got done with all of that at Valentine, and they went with eminent domain for those easements, because they would have been, wasn't it?
Harrington Lane?
Is it Harrington?
Yeah.
Harrington
Okay.
Lane, we
just
did
did.
friendly eminent domain.
Yeah. Could we approach that with some of this?
I'm not a land attorney, but I did do a lot of fee takings and eminent domain takings when I was a consultant for the MBTA, and if anything, it wasn't pleasant, nor was it quick.
Huh. We'll have to get to the people who got to Harrington then. Talk to them. All right.
Yeah, you can do eminent domain anytime, but it's adverse unless the person is okay with it, and then
Right.
they will sue you and they will win.
Yeah, if it's adverse, they'll just grant.
I've, again, we talked Maple Street between the two schools. It's kind of important to get that done, and I only knew there was one neighbor I did know but they were on the opposite side of the street. I don't understand why they didn't go on this side of the street where continuing the sidewalk was.
I don't know. So I did some very quick math. If we took the 104 that Lisa allocated explicitly for this, and then we had to fund the additional 150,000, looking at the sidewalk budgets that everybody else has, roughly speaking, we'd be looking at about 30,000 from you, about 30,000 from Lisa from your sidewalk budget, about 75 from Laura because you have the largest sidewalk budget remaining, and about 10,000 from me because I have a small. Mike doesn't have any sidewalk money, so nothing.
You have to say that out loud.
Yeah, I think we need to highlight that.
But that's probably plus or minus just a little bit, but that's a way to get there, Laura.
Just for confirmation, if I support this, did Scott say that I won't have enough money to contribute to the actual sidewalk development?
You would still have about $140,000 or so left in your sidewalk allocation. If it worked out to be about 75,000 for this. So there would still be some good side, but it would be less. I mean, that's what we have to figure out.
And this is like an immediate punch to pedestrian safety.
Yeah.
I mean, once these things immediately go in, it's
Right.
immediately safer.
Yeah.
And my objective on the sidewalk construction would be very similar to what I did with the design. Come before you with, here are the 3 easy ones. These 2 are really difficult. Of the 3 easy ones, here are the 3 numbers. Your shopping list. What would you like to do?
And it should be noted that the chief of police supports this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think this is very exciting from a safety point of view.
That's why I'm giving it so much money.
And I definitely support and agree with you. My only thought is I really want a sidewalk. We've gone so long without one, and I don't have any preference on where we end up putting it, so long as I just don't want to run out of money for a sidewalk. So if we can make sure that if it's Alice Street that gets a sidewalk or Maple, wherever it is, then I will be more than happy to devote any additional money towards the crossing suggestions. I just want to make sure that we don't run into a situation where oops, sorry, we're now out of money for sidewalks.
Yeah.
And I still have
That's the only
155,000. I still have 155,000 for sidewalks.
Yeah.
You have 132. You had 185 initially. We've
Right, and I
allocated
took the
52 of
30
that.
out.
132. That's what I see. Sorry, I'm cheating and looking on a screen that's bigger than the tiny little printout there.
Yeah, I took the 30 out of 185.
So that's, so we can't do everything. We can allocate less on this and keep more money in the bank for sidewalks and do fewer of the crosswalks. We can do this, we can, yeah, I mean, there are different ways we could.
There's also money that was set aside from town meeting to do sidewalks, and there's also some money there too.
Yeah, so town meeting allocated $300,000 for sidewalks and drainage improvements. We had a culvert failure on Church Street. We had a culvert failure on Howard Street. I have a meeting tomorrow with the cured-in-place pipe company to see if cured-in-place pipe is an alternative, an option for those. In the event the culvert on Church Street catastrophically fails, we would have Church Street either closed or plated. And at this time of year, plating Church Street in the winter is not good. Howard Street, the same circumstances there. And that Howard Street culvert is between Howard Street Cemetery and the Kaiser, so it's on the way to Z School. In addition, we have needs up on Aspet Hill. So as much as I would love to put the money toward both, we need to correct immediate needs before we build new sidewalks with the town meeting appropriation.
Okay, I think the lights are a good start.
Yes. I mean, that's, as somebody pointed out, that's an immediate
Right.
safety measure that will just help everybody.
I'm confident I'll come back to the board with surplus resources on this allocation.
Okay.
Doing that, I'm just gonna proof my math and make sure I'm in the ballpark. Yeah. Yeah, so it's very roughly, so I'll do the math to get it exact, but it's very roughly 30,000 out of Julianne's, 30,000 out of Lisa's sidewalk budget, 75 out of Laura's, and 10 out of mine, plus or minus 5 or 10 here or there. And I'll make sure it's appropriately proportional as we did with the last round, if we want to fund the full 250. And obviously, Laura, the biggest piece is yours because you had more money allocated to sidewalks than anything.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, but I'm still gonna be able to ensure that we're going to have a sidewalk, correct?
You will still have significant funds left. It's at about $145,000 left in your sidewalk allocation, and the rest of us will still have sidewalk allocation as well. It would be a little bit less than what we had last time, but we don't know how much any of these sidewalks will cost because they're undergoing design right now. Another option, I suppose, is we could put this on hold until we have the sidewalk information. The risk then is we end up getting closer and closer towards the end of the year and the allocations that I think my suspicion is, Scott, you'd like to move forward on this right away.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. One of the challenges is we all have contractors and consultants to work with, and everybody is very busy. If anybody here has tried to hire an electrician or a plumber or a carpenter to come by their house, you won't see them for quite some time. At least that's been my experience, and that's the same thing throughout the service industry, engineers as well.
Can we get these for the, if we go tonight, can we get these for the opening of school?
No, absolutely not. No, these are probably a 6-week lead item just to purchase the equipment.
Okay.
And I haven't even laid it out yet, so absolutely no.
School starts in a couple weeks.
I know.
Yeah.
We should have done this earlier.
Okay. Are we comfortable with that approach?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Laura?
I just wanna make sure that there's enough left over for sidewalks,
It's
but
hard,
yes.
it's hard to, I mean, we could, my suspicion is, once we get the numbers back on the sidewalks, to do all of the sidewalks, where it would be in the millions.
Correct, and I am okay, I'm not saying all
Right.
sidewalks, even
Right,
if it's
yeah.
just one, I wanna make sure that we can get something moving.
Yeah, no, I do too.
I would really like to see Allen Street get done. It's
Yeah.
a gap that's in need. As much as Gale and Monroe would be wonderful to do as well, that is in the downtown, and there is quite a bit of downtown focus and revitalization funds available at the state level. And that small piece on Hudson Street, at the bare minimum.
I agree.
And not to put you on the spot, Scott, but will I have enough remaining at least to get Allen Street done? Like, if you were to just ballpark a number? I helped with the 75 towards the crossing technology?
Off the top of my head, I would not be able to give you a number for that. I can email you one tomorrow afternoon.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay, okay.
Not giving you extra work,
Yep.
but thank you.
God is promising significant surplus from this project, right?
Yes,
So-
yes,
So we might
yes.
have some money coming back that we
Yes.
could reallocate to something else.
Largest proportion.
Or more
Yes.
areas.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right, sounds like we're okay going ahead with this as suggested, in which case I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $250,000 for the purpose of crosswalk safety enhancements as presented in the memo by the DPW director included in the meeting packet. Pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the DPW director.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Excellent. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Mr.
Scott.
Chairman. Real quickly, if I can.
Sure.
There was a question before I came up about a heavy commercial vehicle exclusion. That was an $18,000 engineering study to be performed prior to submission to the select board for approval, prior to the state submission and their approval, prior to the select board's adoption. So it was $18,000. I think you were trying to remember what the number was.
It was 18?
18,000.
Because I have 30 on mine, so it was 18.
Correct. Yep.
But that's all in
That-
play.
That's it, yep. Yep,
Okay,
that's-
so we haven't acted on that request yet.
Right, but that was the number that, so
Okay.
you could revise your 30 down to 18.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, so if you want for the next meeting, put in a request for that and
I'll be
we
here.
can do that. Yes, we'll be here. Next up, we have
you.
library meeting
you,
slash
Scott.
AV equipment, a request of $35,000. Jen and Dana, come on up.
35 or 95?
So it's both. So I explained in an email that the total project budget, I think, is 90 or 95,000. You're requesting 35. Julianne just asked the question. So I'm stealing some of your thunder. There's also a grant available.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So with that,
Okay, I'm Dana Volke, the Director of Northbrook Cable,
I'm Jen Bruno, I'm the library director.
and yeah, we're seeking $35,000 to help fund a professional AV installation over at the meeting room over at the Northbrook Free Library. There is obviously a huge need for the town to have a second larger meeting space with AV installation other than the room that we are currently in. Quite often when we're here, there's a ton of people outside because there's not enough seating in here, and we cover a ton of meetings that are over at the library because it's a bigger room. But, well, we don't have any AV stuff over there, and it takes a tremendous amount of time for myself and my staff to outfit that place for a meeting, and you know, putting everything together, bringing it there, setting it up. You forgot something, go back and pick that up. Come back, oh, something doesn't work. You got to troubleshoot that. And each meeting is a gamble. You don't know really what you're going to get. So sometimes you have to set up the microphones one way or another, or your cameras are in one place or another, and it's time better spent doing possibly something else if we had permanent installation in there. And with that too, when you take gear and you put it together and you take it apart a lot, all of our mobile gear, it lasts significantly less than when something is just set it and forget it. It lasts significantly much longer than all of our mobile stuff. This would be relatively the same stuff that we have here in this room, the same video switcher, the same type of technology, the same touchscreen, everything, and that is a way that I like having technology symmetry, where all of our stuff is pretty much the same, so it's the same training, the same stuff, so if any of our staff or anybody else has to go use it, oh, great, I've already used this before, exact same stuff. It's going to greatly increase the quality of our audio and video capture in that room, and this goes well beyond just my stuff for NCA TV. This also will be great for tons of library events, public events. This is stuff that the public can also use. We're going to have the same hybrid technology that we have here over in there. We're going to have ADA compliance with listen assist for folks that are maybe hearing impaired. We can, same thing just like we do here, where you can do events both with and without NCA TV. And we're also going to be in this adding acoustic paneling up in that room because, as I'm sure you may know, having been in there, that room is notorious for echo and reverb, which is awful. So we're gonna put that in there and to really get a grasp on that. So the installation is going to include 3 robotic cameras that are going to go into that room, mounted up on the walls. We call those PTZ cameras. They're robotic, so we have like a little joystick kind of thing. Same stuff that we have in here in this room. Pan-tilt zoom. That's what PTZ stands for. We're going to put a projector in that room that's going to be used with the existing screen that's motorized that goes up and down in that room. There's going to be wall plates in the room for HDMI inputs, and there's going to be like a little touch screen. So if you guys have been over at the senior center and used any of the AV stuff over there, there's a little touch screen that you can easily use to control any of that stuff that's in the room. We're going to have multiple wireless and wired microphone accommodations in that room, so I'm not guessing what I'm going to need for that night for whatever kind of meeting it's going to be. There's going to be handheld mics, boundary mics, lapel mics that we can use to pretty much accommodate any kind of scenario. We're going to have speakers in the room, much like we have up in here for any of the audio output, and so same thing with the audio in the room and the video and the feed from the projector, kind of like what we have in here. It's all going to feed into the room that's right next to the meeting room. There's a what do you call it, like a little break room, storage room. Yeah, we're gonna in the corner in there. We're gonna set up a little desk with a rack, and our video switcher and all the AV command center, if you will, is gonna be right over there to control the cameras and the audio and video feeds from that room. And same thing like we have in here. This touchscreen that's mobile and wheeled. We're going to have one of those in there too, which you can move anywhere in the library. So you can put it into the smaller meeting room. So if there's going to be trustees meetings in there or any other kind of meetings, or use it in the children's area, wherever. And it's crazy the amount of stuff that this thing can do. It's great. They sell these to a ton of schools and libraries too. So very versatile machines. And so that's pretty much what we're planning on doing in there. Yeah. There's a lot of parts that are in there, but I feel very confident that we will be able to get the bids. I mean, I already have some quotes. I haven't officially gone to bid yet, but I've talked to my vendors who have already made quotes, and I say if this thing goes out to bid, they can get those right up there pretty much immediately, and I'm pretty sure we can get everything signed and documented pretty fast with this, which is great. So, yeah.
Just to give a little bit of additional context, so the total cost of the project is about $95,000. So the library looked at some of our trust funds, and we have a grant, so we can cover the rest of it, pending trustee approval. Of course, I don't speak for the board. We had 664 public meetings in that room last year. That does not include the 614 programs that the library did. So just to give you kind of a little bit of scope of how many people could actually be reached by having this in there, having no microphones currently, no AV system, and honestly, the echo is really an issue for people who have hearing difficulties. So we're making the room more accessible. The ability to have hybrid meetings or even just be able to record some kind of presentation increases people's ability to access the information, connects them socially. So if they're sick, or if we're having a program in the winter and people aren't comfortable driving at night, there's so many different applications that will make the room and the programs that we do inside of it more accessible. Plus the additional 3 meeting rooms that we have, so that wheeled cart that can be moved wherever in the library really just is additionally helpful. So we have a conference room. I'm sorry?
Will something that big fit in the elevator if you wanted to use it on the second floor?
Probably.
Okay.
We have some pretty big things that we move up and down. So
Yeah,
I would think that
I've
it would.
only been in it once or twice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would.
Okay.
It would move upstairs. So yeah, we've been working on this from the library standpoint, I would think, I've been here for a little over 4 years. We've been talking about it since I came on board, especially during COVID. People wanted, when we were starting to bring back our programming, people really wanted that hybrid capability. And there were a lot of people in town who have their own meetings. So the Democratic Town Committee or some of our support groups were asking if we have hybrid technology. So this is something that residents have been asking for, and the ability for them to be able to use it with very little training. It's designed to be easy to use, would just be a huge benefit to the town.
I want to make a little bit more mention of how hard it is sometimes to hear. Just as an example, at the financial trend meeting that we had a week or two ago, we were seated very close to the speaker, so we could hear everybody pretty well. I did hear from people that were at diagonally the opposite end that had a hard time hearing. And I know that perfect, my hearing maybe not be 100% perfect. If I'm in a presentation there and the person doesn't have a loud booming voice, they may say, I know everyone can hear me. And the reality is they can't. Presenters in that room should be using a microphone. That building was built with a PA system in that room. It does not, it has failed. There was a roof leak very early on, way before I was here. And that really almost completely destroyed its system. Before COVID, I'm on the library trustees, before COVID, we did go around and test that system. We found a couple of microphone ports that worked sometimes. And the amplifier, once we figured out how to open up the panel to get inside of it, it may have turned on. It needs, there's nothing operable in there right now. And that's something for ADA reasons and just normal human reasons. We really need to have much better stuff in there and enforce people to use it. And that's going to be important.
Exactly.
One question I have is, will outside organizations be able to use the hybrid capability? I know here, I think there's like a town login or something like that. That's a very public place. I think it's going to be important that if the garden club has a meeting in there and they want to do it hybrid, they should be able to just do it.
Yeah, exactly. So because we're in this space, we have to abide by town hall's IT rules and regulations. Anything over at the library, that's going to be on them and their CW Mars network and possibly using their emails to manage this. So,
good.
So that'll be at their discretion.
Yeah.
And I did check with the with our network, which manages all of our email accounts and things like that. And they said, yeah, absolutely. It's something that we can work with them to do.
Great.
So.
And,
I have a question on that, though.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Are you going to have a contract for anybody else who's using it, or is it, because it's a library, can you minimize the amount of the organizations that are Northborough organizations should be allowed to use them, obviously, but to have some other organization come in that is not part of the town, what will happen with that?
So currently, our meeting room policy is that you have to be a Northborough resident to book the room. So outside organizations are not generally able to use our meeting room unless they have a Northborough resident that's part of their group that's willing to sign our use policy.
And who will be with them for all these other groups that don't normally get to have all of this equipment use? Because even we don't know how to use all of it well. So is you going to have somebody with them for a while this is becoming a familiar piece of equipment?
I think what we'll probably end up doing is I'll be training the library staff, and kind of like I have down over here, I have a laminated booklet on how to do everything. So I'll be training the staff, and the staff will be the ones there who will be sort of holding the hands of participants who want to use the technology.
Okay, and then when they're not being used, where are they stored?
Probably in the kitchenette, which is just adjacent to that meeting room. So anything mobile would be wheeled in there and the door would be shut.
All right, it's not where the tables are though, right? Tables and chairs?
It is, yeah. We're making more space by moving some of the things that we don't use that just kind of sit in that room.
Yeah, space will have to be made for our desk area anyway, so.
Right, yeah, because I mean, its equipment is pretty delicate, so.
It sure is, yeah.
Chair stack.
And expensive, yeah.
Chair stack goes like this.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's it.
My last question was on video watching and film watching. That's one of the, I've attended some film programs in that room. It's a wheeled-in projector, and usually the sound comes out of that wheeled-in projector, which is in the middle of the room, 15 feet away from the screen, and the sound is not great.
Yeah.
I know you said there will be speakers in there. Will it be like a 5.1 or 7.1 surround system to adequately
I have to
support?
take another look. I do know that when I, excuse me, when I brought it up with my vendors, they did say that adding surround sound with certain speakers would really jack up the price big time.
I think that's important
Yeah.
for, you know, one of the things, and this may be more of a library trustees question, I could ask it then, is, you know, that's something that the library does a lot.
Yeah,
and I
sure.
think should do more, is have film programs there, and that's a standard way to watch some films.
Sure.
I mean, adding surround sound speakers shouldn't add that much more cost to it. The amplifier needs to handle it. Almost all of them do anyway.
Sure.
And it's surround speakers are less expensive than the main speakers. I would strongly encourage.
Sure. Oh, no,
to take-
I'll bring
to
it up
take
with
a
the
look at
vendors
that.
when
Yeah.
when we go out to bid. So,
Right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Well, on that note, I would want to be sure that it isn't substantially higher, that it could be paid for by the Friends or something in the library.
Yeah, I mean, that's, once you get the bids back, we won't know until we get there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the Friends of the Library is a wonderful organization that has contributed to a number of things. If it is a little bit over the 95,000, the trustees may have some additional funds available. There may be other opportunities.
Sure.
Or you could come groveling back here for a little bit more money if you need to.
Sure, sure.
But we're not saying we would give.
I think I'm would be able to find an additional amount of money as long as it's not like a crazy increase.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, Laura?
The only, and your vendor could probably tell you this, but will we be able to wire for surround even if we can't afford to do it right away, if the pricing is that much higher?
That's a good question. I'll have to find out from the vendor. I can give them a call tomorrow and ask them just off the cuff, what they think. But
I love the idea.
Yeah.
I see the value, and if they're gonna be doing other work, that's my only other question there. Thank you.
I think the goal of this is to align with some painting and other work that's going to take place in that room.
Yeah, exactly.
Get this all done at the same time.
Great timing.
Yeah. Okay, good. If I don't see any other questions, I will entertain a motion. And just for whatever, keeping the $35,000 is off of the $320,000 that I had proposed.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $35,000 for the purpose of installing AV equipment in the Northborough Free Library meeting room as presented during the meeting by the Cable Access Director and Library Director pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the Cable Access Director.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Lisa. Any other discussions? Questions or comments? All those in favor. Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I need a break.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back.
I might be able to take you through it quicker, and then you could ask her questions, so she doesn't have to, tell you the same story twice.
Okay. All right, are we live again? All right, thank you, welcome back. We still have a couple things left, believe it or not. We're going to jump briefly out of order because I realized we have an attorney helping us out with an item on the way. So we're going to jump down to item number 13, acceptance and approval of quitclaim deed and land development agreement for 13 Church Street. I'm going to ask if Katie Klein can join us. Hopefully she's still paying attention to the meeting and can come in and guide us through this. So for folks at home, 13 Church Street is the old fire station. We've talked about this before, but there's one last step or another step that we need to do. Katie, thank you for joining us. I apologize for keeping you waiting through some of the earlier items. We obviously have a lengthy agenda tonight. Could you speak into your microphone just to confirm that we can hear you?
Yes, good evening.
Great.
Members of the Select Board.
We hear you fine, thank you. All right, so we need to approve the quitclaim deed and land development agreement for 13 Church Street. Quitclaim deed is just basically the deed, that's the transfer document, if you will, and then the land development agreement is something that we had previously negotiated. But could you give us a quick 30-second overview of that?
Sure. We're scheduled to close this week on this, and I was able to touch base with, excuse me, George Pember, the attorney for the buyer, this evening, and he's approved the form of the deed. I hadn't heard from him until just this evening, and we already approved the board and the buyer have already approved the land development agreement because that was an attachment to the original purchase and sale agreement that I believe we signed in May. And so we're proceeding to closing. The select board really wanted to get working on the transition of this property to the buyer and the demolition of the building. And we're on schedule to go forward with that this week.
Excellent, thank you. Tim, anything else from your end?
Just the summary of the land development agreement, they haven't changed much, but 6 months to take down the fire station after we get this closed, and then 18 months to get permits, and then 2 years for commencement of construction, for completion.
That's correct.
So those are like just the highlights of it.
Sorry?
No, I just saying that was the highlights of the land development
Yes,
agreement.
that's all correct. The project is, evolving as we speak. The board really wanted to, as I indicated, go forward with the transfer of the property, and the buyer is currently putting together, having architects work on the actual plans for the project, and those will be coming in the next couple of months.
Great, that's great to hear. Questions from the board? Any? Okay. Sounds like this is going to be pretty easy. I appreciate your work on this. I appreciate the work of the buyer, our friend Millie, for working closely with the town. We don't always have these development agreements in place for developers in town, but this is part of the cooperative nature of this particular agreement, and it's a complicated process and a complicated project with 3 properties in particular. One that probably should have been taken down quite a few years ago, but we're finally getting to that point. So that's good. If there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion. And this is, Mike, this is your motion at the top of the
Oh, yeah,
page.
yeah, I got it right here.
Great.
I move the board vote to approve and execute the quitclaim deed and land development agreement with LAK Northborough Realty LLC for the disposition of the property located 13 Church Street, subject to final approval of the town administrator and town council, provided, however, the town administrator will bring this matter back to the select board in the event of any material changes to the documents.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made. Okay.
Oh,
Motion
wow.
made by Mike, seconded by everybody. But I'll give
Second
it-
in stereo.
I heard it first by Lisa, so I give it to Lisa. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor, Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Katie, thank you so much for sticking with us and helping get this across the finish line.
Congratulations on this accomplishment.
Thank you.
And we'll keep you, and Tim will keep you advised.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening.
All right. We will now resume with item number 10. Andy, with annual appointment of election workers, see attached list. So there's a nice big list. We will not have to read that. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Dowd, the town clerk, and this is an annual item before the board. It's the appointment of the election workers, and those on the list may be asked to work the election. They don't all necessarily work all events. And I also just want to add that we utilize some of those folks to assist with the in-person early voting, as well as the processing of the mail-in voting. So they're very helpful to my office, and we have a great group of folks. We're always looking for more volunteers. If anyone's interested, please reach out to me. Good. Any questions from the board? Okay. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move the board vote to appoint those individuals who appear on the 2024-2025 election officer list for a term beginning on September 1st, 2024, and ending August 31st, 2025, as submitted by the town clerk.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, Mike?
Thanks to all the volunteers.
Yes, thank you very much to them. That's a big list. Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Very good. We have election workers. Speaking of elections, we have action to execute the September 3rd state primary election warrant. That is dictated to us by the state. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Anything you need to provide to us?
No, so I prepared the warrant that the board needs to execute, and this just is the legal notice that's required under the law. That'll be publicly posted, and of course, that information's all available on the website as well, so it's just a matter of routine business prior to each election event.
And we have the option for early and mail-in voting as per usual now?
Yes, so for the September primary, there will be in-person early voting beginning Saturday, August 24th. We'll be here that day from 10 to 5. And then the entire week of August 26th through the 30th, during normal business hours of the town office building, there'll be in-person early voting here. And we've already mailed out probably close to 2,700 mail-in ballots for that election, and those requests continue to come in.
Great.
Keeping us busy.
Yep. And Laura?
Quick question, is it too late for people to register if they're turning 18, if they want to be able to vote in this election? Is there anything?
It's not too late. Good question. The deadline to register, if you're not already registered, is actually Saturday, the 24th of August, the same as the first day of in-person early voting. So that's one reason why we're here till 5 p.m., because that is the deadline set by the state.
Is there any chance, should we put a post just letting folks in the town know, or is there a way that we should communicate to the new 18-year-olds that they can still register? Either through town news or through the
Certainly,
high
the
school?
information is posted on the website. We'll push that out before those dates get closer. It's important to keep in mind most 18-year-olds are already pre-registered under the law when they obtain their learner's permit when they're 16. The election laws now allow them to be pre-registered, and as soon as they turn 18, they automatically become a registered voter, and it pushes through their registration. So the vast majority of time, they're already all set, but it's certainly good to double check, and we're happy to check for them. And there's a link on the website on how folks can check their own registration.
And if I remember correctly, September 3rd is a regular school day at Melican.
It is.
So I will suggest that everyone consider voting early or voting by mail to diminish the traffic rates and everything else that are associated with what we have discussed many times before, and we'll certainly discuss again, is the traffic issues that occur at Melican Middle School by holding elections there. I think you do a great job under the circumstances, and our police department does just a stellar job guiding traffic through there. But I hope everyone can vote, and I hope everyone considers voting early to keep it as safe as possible for the kids on the inside and the parents dropping off and picking up their kids.
And we especially encourage voters, and this information will be posted, to try to avoid the times during morning drop-off and for both the parent drop-off, bus drop-off, and again in the afternoon. That's really the biggest challenge outside of the building, but as you said, the police department does an excellent job of trying to manage that and keep everybody safe, which is obviously the goal. Great. Thank you. If there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
I move the board to vote to approve and execute the September 3rd, 2024 state primary election warrant.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have an election. Congratulations. Thank you. And next up, we have to close the special town meeting warrant. This is the special town meeting that we voted unanimously to hold on October 7th. I forget whether we said 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. I've lost track.
7 p.m.
7 p.m. That day primarily for the fire station project, but there's also a sewer item on there that I saw that's on the town meeting warrant. Tim, is there anything you want to walk us through on that warrant?
Yeah, well, just, it's to notice the inhabitants that you're gonna have a meeting and these two articles will be on there. Lisa and I were just talking about meeting minutes, not to steal any thunder, but I misguided you, and I apologize for that. You have the motion as it was passed and the meeting minutes from the meeting. Because this is just noticing, this is very generic, still approved by bond council, but that motion that you have is not this. So you have the article, and then you have the motion. That'll come after. That'll come when we get closer to town meeting. So this is just noticing. So I know you're absolutely right. Those are the meeting minutes for the meeting that they had way back when for the first 3.5 million that's debt excluded. But that's the actual motion, which is not, it's completely different from the warrant. The warrant is just noticing that you're having a meeting.
All right, so I suppose we should let people know what I was talking about.
Yeah, so just, because we just had the discussion, so I apologize, 'cause you were right, and I was just, I had to get it out that I just didn't give you the right information.
Okay, all right.
Lisa?
So, in discussing the way that Article 2 is written, where it says, "To see the town will vote to appropriate the sum of money or any sum to pay costs of designing, construction, furnishing, and equipping a new fire station, including a payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, to determine whether such sums shall be raised by borrowing or otherwise, or take other action relative thereto." My concern was that this is what was going to be on the article for a town meeting, and not the actual warrant language.
It will be
What
the
you're
article,
saying.
but there's a motion to get this to the floor, which will be, I move the town. Someone will make the motion, which is the language you have below that. Do you got from the town clerk or online, correct? It has more detail about the dollar figure and so forth.
Right, it does. It gives it, in my estimation, personally speaking, this is an open checkbook. It's just whatever you want, you get the money to do it. And that, I don't want that to be the opening. I don't want that for the citizens to believe that that's the case, that we have the right to put a limit. We have the right to make whatever changes need to be made. But in going back to the other year, I think it was 2019 that this was written, it was very specific in Article 20. And I just want to read it quickly for the audience to hear what I have to say. It says, "Fire station design and land acquisition, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $3,500,000 to acquire land located at and known as 10 Monroe and 61 to 65 West Main, shown as parcels 7, 9, and 10 on Northborough Assessors Map 63N, containing approximately 3.9 97 acres, and pay for related costs. Owners project managed services, architectural services for a new fire station, and to meet said appropriations with the following unexpended amounts of money totaling $1,383,451 that were initially borrowed to finance the capital projects are now complete and for which no further liability remains, be transferred, and the amount of $2,116,548 be raised by borrowing, provided that the appropriation under this article shall be contingent upon a successful debt exclusion vote under the provision of Proposition 2.5, so called, at the May 2019 town election, and to further authorize the board to execute all documents and take all action necessary to accomplish said acquisition or take any other action relative thereto. That was the old one. My concern on this being as vague as it is,
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with it being as vague as it is.
Yeah. Can I walk through this a little bit? Because I appreciate your concern, and I think the timeline will address that. So tonight is step 2 of a 3-step process to finalize the town meeting warrant. Last meeting, we said, hey, everybody, we're gonna have a town meeting on this date at this time. And that was really the only official decision there, and I think we implied that it would contain the fire station project. Tonight, we are closing the warrant, and closing the warrant says, here are the articles in general, here are the topics of the warrant, nothing else will be added, unless the board later opens and adds and recloses. At our next meeting, September 9th, we are scheduled to execute the warrant. That execution that process can contain and should contain updated language for the warrant articles. That's when the final language, my experience, that's when the final language gets in there. And we talked about this a little bit at our last meeting, that we want to have the latest numbers for the fire station project available to everybody. We'll get the latest estimate at our fire station building committee meeting. I think it's the 28th of this month is when we will get those from the cost estimators. We'll then have that available for September 9th, and in advance of that, I would anticipate in your office, we'll go ahead and update the language with the language that is required by the state for a debt exclusion, and we'll have the cost estimate that is presented and approved by the fire station building committee for us to approve and execute the warrant at that time. For closing the warrant, I don't think you need anything more than a title. We could just say Article 2 Fire Station Project and say nothing else, and we'd be okay, because we are saying, here are the projects, here are the things that are on the warrant. And I appreciate, what is there is too vague. We should not present that to the voters like that, but we're not done with the town meeting article process tonight. We're done with that on September 9th.
Hence
Through
draft.
the chair, if I could just add one more item, in the select board's policies, it clearly states when you take certain action steps leading up to town meeting. In the action of voting to close the warrant, it's defined as needing to take place at least 40 days prior to the meeting. This is well before that. And as Mitch described perfectly, this is simply just closing the warrant. It's not setting the warrant in its final form. That'll happen as the warrant tonight that you signed for the state primary election. That's a warrant in its final form. It's giving notice to the voters. That'll happen, it sounds like, at your next meeting. That's the projected timeline. And then that'll get posted. That notice will be mailed out to residents which is required for a special town meeting.
Great, thanks, and I think the audience will probably appreciate getting some of that background too. Everything you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Does
That's
that
fine.
resolve your concern?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for bringing it forward. Any other questions on the draft warrant? So there are 2 articles. You're proposing having first the sewer item?
It's the
Yeah.
pleasure of the board
I
when you
can see
get
it.
there, but at least those 2 items for the reconciliation for Marlboro, for the sewer reconciliation
Yeah.
year and true up, and then the fire station project. Those are the only 2.
Okay. Does anyone have any thoughts as to order, or I suspect we can flip those last time if we so choose? Okay.
I'd keep it the way he has it. I think it's just 2 minutes.
To let people
talking
get
about
there
that.
too, I thought that
Yeah,
was
that's
the
true.
thought.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to have discussion, you don't want to have, Oh, by the way.
It's a good warm-up act.
There we go.
An act?
Okay. Any other questions?
Performance, we'll put it that way.
Questions or comments on the special town meeting on closing the warrant? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to close the October 7th, 2024 special town meeting warrant.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne, seconded by Mike. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We've got a closed warrant. Thank you very much. Andy, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Sandy?
Okay, we are approaching 10:30, there was some pre-meeting discussion on trying to get some things done and hopefully done no later, or not, at least not much later than 10:30. Do we want to continue forward on the agenda, or do we want to maybe pre-select a couple of things that are critical to get done tonight?
Well, I mean, like, things like the cemetery deed, is that,
The only thing that's, if you want to work backwards, the only one that's imperative, in my view, is the open meeting law issue of that.
right, there's
You can
a,
do all the other stuff at another time,
All right.
if
Well,
you choose.
Yeah, we'd at least need to set our next meeting date. You know,
It'll happen when you all decide it's going to happen.
yeah, when we show
As
up.
well, so either one.
Okay, all right. Why don't we,
Can we just do the cemetery deed, though? Because that's like 2 minutes, right?
we could do
Yeah, I
some
mean,
cemetery deed also.
By the time we talked about it, you could have had it done.
Right, let's just
All
get it
right,
out.
let's do the open meeting law one, because that is critical, that we owe a response, both to the person that filed the complaint and to the Attorney General's office today. So we actually have to get it done before midnight. After our last meeting, Patrick Higgins, who has filed information with us and with many other cities and towns in Massachusetts in the past, and I should make mention, may have been previously on our Zoom call, I don't see his name anymore, filed a complaint regarding our last meeting, particularly 2 items. Let me go forward and find them. Specifically that at the beginning of the last meeting, I did not explicitly state that the meeting was being recorded, which is a requirement. It was obvious to all those in the room that it was being recorded because it was just us and 2 members of cable staff who were talking about the recording and giving us a thumbs up when it was being recorded. So there was certainly no one present that was unaware it was being recorded, but technically, the chair is supposed to state that the meeting is being recorded. Council agreed that that was a technical violation, and we got behind on some meeting minutes, unfortunately, and that was the other complaint, is that we did not accept the meeting minutes of May 6th, 2024 in a timely manner, and that was due to just staff vacations and feedback from members about, amending meeting minutes. We did have the May 6th on an earlier agenda, but we ended up passing over it because somebody had some amendments they wanted to make for it. We are supposed to approve it within 3 meetings or 30 days, whichever is longer, or I forget the exact alternate, but 3 meetings is generally the rule, and we waited a 4th meeting, so that was, again, a technical violation. Council has provided a letter to us, which is in our packet, that sort of explains the rationale between yes, we do agree that there were 2 technical violations. They were not intentional. They were not, material in any grand way. It was not, working behind closed doors or anything like that, which are the critical aspects of the open meeting law. But we've got to follow everything in the open meeting law. So with approval of the board tonight, we will send council's letter to both to Mr. Higgins and to the Attorney General's office, which is the process, and we'll do so tonight. Anybody have any questions?
I just have a point of
Yeah,
clarification.
sure.
The letter is dated August 13th. Should it be?
Well, the date of the email that I'm going to send is going to be today, so it won't matter.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the date stamp of the email would be the effective
Yeah.
date.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have to sign this tonight.
Well, if
You're
you so
authorizing
choose,
him.
you'd authorize me to sign them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the rule, the law is that when you get a complaint, you have to meet and discuss and send a response within 14 days. This meeting was more than 14 days away, so we sent a request to the Attorney General's office. As, by the way, our next meeting is on August 12th. Do you mind if we just wait until then and then respond immediately? And they said, okay, so they granted us an extension. So that extension expires tonight, so which is why we want to get that email to them out this evening. That's why it's an item that's critical to be acted upon today.
We have an hour and a half.
Yes, I think we can do it.
I'm at 13% battery life, so.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
Please.
I don't want any goof-offs here, Tim. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to authorize the town administrator to respond to the open meeting law complaint filed by Patrick Higgins on behalf of the board as read by the select board chair.
Okay, do I have to read the whole letter?
So-
The motion said that I.
There was one note I had that, you explained it, but there was
Yeah.
one note that said you should read it, from
Okay.
Brian Mazur.
Okay, so motion has been made by Laura, seconded by Julianne, but I will go ahead and, once I find it.
I have a copy here if you want to read it.
Yeah, that's, okay, yep, I got it. All right, the letter reads, again dated August 13th, it will be sent today, August 12th. Patrick Higgins, his address, Dear Mr. Higgins, the town has received your open meeting law complaint dated July 16, 2024, as transmitted via email to the chair of the Select Board, Mitch Cohen, regarding the board's meeting of July 15, 2024. A copy of the complaint is enclosed. The complaint alleges the Select Board violated the law when, 1, the chair did not announce the meeting was being recorded, and 2, did not accept the meeting minutes of their meeting of May 6, 2024 in a timely manner. The board obtained extension until August 12, 2024 to respond to the complaint, which was the next regularly scheduled board meeting following receipt of the complaint. On August 12th, 2024, hey, that's right now, the board met to consider the complaint and voted unanimously to find that there was a technical violation regarding the chair's oversight and with respect to not announcing that the meeting was being recorded by the town, and that the only remedial measure needed with respect to this matter is that for all future meetings, the chair will include the required disclosure as part of their opening remarks at the start of the meeting, which I did do tonight, with respect of the meeting minutes from the May 6, 2024 board meeting. And the meeting minutes from that meeting were included in the board's agenda for their meeting on June 17, 2024 for review and approval. A copy of the board's agenda for the June 17, 2024 meeting is attached for your review. During the discussion had on June 17th relative to the May 6, 2024 meeting minutes, a member of the Select Board suggested that edits be made to the meeting minutes, and the board delayed approval of the meeting minutes until they were edited and presented to the board on July 15, 2024, which is the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Select Board following the meeting of June 17, 2024. Prospectively, the board will approve meeting minutes as required, and to the extent that meeting minutes require editing as a result of the board deliberations of the meeting during the course of a properly posted meeting, the board will conditionally approve the minutes subject to further editing so as to comply with the law. The board has authorized me to report this vote to you. Sincerely, Tim McInerney, Town Administrator, the Select Board, Town Clerk, and the Attorney General's Division of Open Government. So that last piece on perspective, if we are drawing close to the 3-meeting rule, and there are minutes presented and someone has some concerns that they might want to amend, the suggestion from council, what we're saying in this letter that we will do, is we will approve them as is, then condition based upon further amendment later. And that's a way that we would have an approved set of minutes and we could amend later if we needed to. Hopefully we wouldn't be in that situation. The office is in a much better place for dealing with meeting minutes right now. So I am hopeful that we won't run into this 3-meeting situation again. Okay, so we have already a motion on the floor and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Tim is feverishly typing away, sending this off. Very good. So let's see. Quickly speaking, we want to do the cemetery deed?
Yeah.
Takes 2 seconds.
Yep. Is there a motion?
Look at that. I move the board to execute the cemetery deed 1191. I didn't even
Second.
know it.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. Any discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have a cemetery deed approved. Other things on our agenda, and we can take them or leave them. We have a set of meeting minutes only from our last meeting. We'll make sure that we deal with them September 9th if we can't deal with them tonight. We have reports. We have future agenda items, which we had talked about at a goal-setting workshop. We had set our regular meeting schedule for September through December. Our next regular meeting, both as proposed and our normal second and fourth Monday meeting, would be September 9th. So my assumption is if we don't act on this, we will meet on September 9th as per usual, and then we can have this on that. Set holiday schedule for town offices, which we can wait on. If anyone has any feedback, particularly any concerns, please go with those to the town office, admin office right away, so that we'll know whether that's likely to move forward or not.
I want to,
yeah.
can we go back one to the December meetings, September to December meetings?
Yeah.
So we have October 7th, it's a special town meeting, October 14th, which would be the 21st, rather than the 14th.
Yep.
Because of our scheduling and trying to get all of our stuff done, because we're getting 20 and 23 other, items on a calendar, I'd like to propose to have another meeting in October, because a special town meeting in advance of the town meeting isn't really enough time for us to discuss what's going on.
Yeah, no, I think we could use a second meeting in October.
I agree.
Could I pause?
Laura?
I think we have one. I think there's one that's on the calendar for the 21st, and I don't know if that's on there because it's one of the budget meetings.
That replaces
sound
October
familiar?
14th. Right, am I right about that?
I've got it on the 21st. Let me go back, because I think the 14th, is that Columbus Day?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what, the 21st is already scheduled for our second meeting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So somewhere between the 7th and the 21st.
Yep. Let's, I agree. I think, given how busy we are and will continue to be, we should have 2 meetings in October. I will maybe suggest that the office come back with a proposal next meeting for a revised fall meeting schedule and include a second meeting somewhere in October.
Okay. Do you want to do the 28th? Is the following, there's only, unless you want to not do it on a Monday.
Yeah.
28th
We could
is
do-
actually, that's a fourth Monday, so we would normally be meeting then. So
Yeah.
we would then meet on the 21st and 28th, so
Yes. All right,
that
two
sounds-
successive
yeah.
Mondays. That's fine with me.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when we're
okay,
done.
that's good. So we'll deal with the approval of that next time.
Okay.
Yeah, but that way it's updated, we'll get an updated
Okay,
memo,
yep.
but we're all in agreement. We will meet as per usual, September 9th.
Okay.
Oh, this is done.
Is there anything on the remaining agenda items that anyone wants to cover? Any critical reports? I will ask for one final public comment, should there be any.
I have a question about the
Sure.
scheduling.
Sure.
I don't know why in my head I have that at our goal-setting meeting, we agreed, did we talk about meeting next Monday? August 19th, does anybody remember that? I'm making it up in my head.
I don't have it.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yes, we had select
I do
board,
have that
sorry,
one,
yeah,
right?
select board special policy review meeting. We did say that.
So that was the 19th,
That's the 19th.
so.
Is that when Lisa and I agreed to work on the policies, so we would have to present what we've done at that meeting, or?
I think what we said there is we would go through as a group
Excellent.
and review some policies, and for the two of you to work independently, we would have to formally create a policy subcommittee and appoint you to it.
That's what you
And
did.
we haven't done that yet, but we have to do that. We have to put that on the agenda, and we would have to do that on the 19th. Are the two of you available on the 19th?
Right now, we are.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we could still have that meeting. You're right. I'm glad you brought that up.
We'll
I
post
didn't
that.
notice it right away because I put it in for 6 o'clock in my calendar, but whatever. I mean,
Okay.
We could hold it at 7. I would ask that maybe for the electronic packet is sort of assemble all the policies that we currently have. And the purpose would be to, I think, as a group, go through with a light touch all existing policies and come up with some priorities for policies that the policy subcommittee would be tasked with proposing revisions to.
Okay.
That's
So we don't
reasonable.
have to present anything? We're
No,
gonna
no, no,
look at-
no.
Excellent.
We have to start as a group, and an agenda item on there would be creation of policy subcommittee.
Okay.
Should we, and this is the 19th, should we do some of these other things that we didn't do tonight?
Could we finish this?
Hey, the only two other things you have left are the meeting schedule.
Yeah.
Sure.
Holiday
Holiday,
schedule.
you've got future agenda items and
Yeah,
reports.
yeah,
So we could do all of that.
Right.
sure. Not a bad idea. Don't add anything else.
What time you want to start that?
6 is good.
Want to start at 6?
Okay.
That good? Okay, fine with me.
Sooner we get in, the sooner we get out.
I think I'm going to buy you guys pizza for that.
Pizza?
All right.
I'm going to buy you pizza.
Okay.
Feta and spinach.
I was thinking pepperoni, but okay.
I can go with either of those. That's good. All right.
Garlic.
Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I will say, as always, our last item is public comment. If there is anyone either in person, which is nobody, or electronic, which we do have a couple of people, have any public comment, please raise your electronic or visible physical hand, and I would be more than happy to recognize you. Going once, going twice. I declare public comment is closed. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay, made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne to adjourn. Any other, well, no, there's no comment or question on motions to adjourn. Lisa?
Yes.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye, thank you.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We adjourn 10:36 PM, only 6 minutes late. Sort of.
You guys are setting records.